Chapter 1174. The next day. It was only early in the morning when Lan Yi impatiently hurried over to the He Lan Yi where Xiao Yang's group was staying. After inquiring about where Xiao Yang's group was staying, he quickly arrived at the place where Xiao Yang's group was staying. When the boss of the relay station led Lan Yi to this place and was about to knock on Xiao Yang's door, he was stopped by Lan Yi's hand. Lan Yi hesitated for a moment before asking the boss to return. He waited in the courtyard outside the door and quietly waited for Xiao Yang to appear. After Xiao Yang purged Fang Jitsung's poison the day before, Lan Yi discovered that Fang Jitsung's condition had improved by a lot. Even his speech and actions had become more orderly. He was no longer as foolish as before. Although this little change did not appear to be big, it allowed Lan Yi to truly see the opportunity for Fang Jitsung to return to his original state. Originally, he could not help but want to come to this place last night. However, he was afraid of disturbing Xiao Yang's rest, so he did not rush over. At this moment, seeing that Xiao Yang's room door was tightly shut, Lan Yi patiently waited outside the door in order to prevent Xiao Yang from forming any prejudices. Just who in the entire hopeless city could make a late returnance expert wait like this? Creak. Unknowingly, Xiao Yang's tightly shut door suddenly opened slowly with the sound of the door rubbing against each other. This movement startled away the two birds lying quietly on the roof in front of the door. At the same time, it also caused Lan Yi, who was resting with his eyes closed, to instantly open his eyes. Mr. Xiao Yang. Seeing that Xiao Yang had appeared, a respectful smile immediately surfaced on Lan Yi's old face. He hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yang. Seeing that Lan Yi was actually here, Xiao Yang's face revealed a surprised expression. A glint that no one could see flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a surprised tone. Why has Master Lan appeared here? Xiao Yang was naturally aware of Lan Yi's appearance. Ever since the moment the latter stepped into the He Lan Yi, all of his actions had already landed in Xiao Yang's eyes. However, Xiao Yang did not say it out loud. The reason why Xiao Yang said this at this moment was to allow Lan Yi to take the initiative to continue the conversation and let him hear the content that he wanted to hear. Mr. Xiao Yang, it's all thanks to you yesterday that my young master's condition has improved by quite a lot. He's completely different from before. Your heavenly flame really is the force of the world. It really is wondrous. Lan Yi squinted his eyes slightly when he saw Xiao Yang's doubtful expression. He thought that Xiao Yang was a sly fox before flattering him again. Lan Yi was an expert who had traversed the continent before after all. His experience was no less than Xiao Yang's, so he could obviously tell that Xiao Yang had purposefully waited for him in the room. If that were not the case, he would not have felt the vague pressure when he entered the Helan Inn. It was clearly the pressure of the soul. Even though it was not obvious, he could still vaguely sense it with his cultivation at late returnance. It's good as long as there's a change. Actually, I only helped because I felt like I was fated with young Master Fang. May I ask why Master Lan has come today? You're asking the obvious. Lan Yi immediately snorted inside when he heard that. Only then did he grin. Mr. Xiao Yang, you said yesterday that the poison in my young master's body is not easy to purge. If I want to purge it completely, I'll probably have to purge it several times. As a result, I've come today in hopes of inviting Mr. Xiao Yang to come with me to the clan and purge the poison in my young master's body. Would that be possible? You're talking about going to the Fang family? Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow. Lan Yi was quite straightforward. Yes. I hope Mr. Xiao Yang can forgive me. This matter concerns my young master after all, so the decision will still be up to the patriarch. Although I can predict the outcome, I still have to report this matter to the higher-ups first. As a result, I hope Mr. Xiao Yang can come with me. Moreover, my patriarch has said that if someone can purge the poison in my young master's body, he will invite that person to become a guest elder of the Fang family. At the same time, he will be able to enjoy any of the clan's resources. Lan Yi once again opened his mouth just as Xiao Yang was hesitating. The words that he spat out immediately caused Xiao Yang to be moved. He was worried that he couldn't find the other important ingredients to refine the mirror-breaking pill. This way, with the support of the Fang family's resources, He believed that he would definitely be able to gather those ingredients in the shortest amount of time and refine the mirror-breaking pill. At that time, the strength of his group would be able to increase again. Of course, these medicinal ingredients were only one of the reasons. The most important thing was still the unknown patriarch of the Fang family. According to Xiao Yang's guess, the other party's cultivation was at least in the Origin King realm. If he really saved Fang Zhizong's life, the patriarch of the Fang family would definitely owe him a favor. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? Since that's the case, I'll go with Master Lan. This thought swiftly spun in Xiao Yang's heart. Soon after, Xiao Yang nodded his head heavily. Lan Yi in front of him finally sighed in relief. Although he could imagine Xiao Yang's motive for doing this, there was always a mutual relationship between people. If they wanted to use Xiao Yang to remove the poison in Fang Zhizong's body, they would naturally have to pay a certain price. As long as the precondition was that the Fang clan was not harmed, nothing else mattered. It's just that, however, at this moment, Xiao Yang spoke again. Lan Yi's heart seemed to stop for a moment. I hope that my friends can come with me, said Jian Chen. Xiao Yang opened his mouth and the doors on the other two sides of the courtyard opened. The figures of Luo Jin and the others stepped out. Sunlight scattered down and reflected a circle of human figures on the ground in the middle of the courtyard. Lan Yi looked at the few additional people who had suddenly appeared around him. The expression on his old face was immediately startled. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and Bai Hua. When it swept over the towering sky ape, his pair of deep old eyes involuntarily paused. A glint flashed deep within them. After which, he looked at Xiao Yang in front of him and said with a smile, he smiled and said, since they're Mr. Xiao Yang's friends, there's nothing wrong with going with them. As he said that, Lan Yi secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, only he and Xiao Yang were returnance experts. If there were a few more, he probably would have to worry about his current situation. Xiao Yang immediately smiled with satisfaction when he heard Lan Yi's words. His gaze swiftly swept over Luo Jin and the others. After which, he spoke a little more with the few of them. Once all the preparations were completed, the group found Fang Zhizong under Lan Yi's lead. They exited the city from the east and headed in the direction of the Fang clan. Not long after this group of people left the city, 4 middle-aged men appeared from a short distance outside the eastern city gate. They looked at each other and nodded. Immediately, they moved and followed behind the group. Chapter 1175. In the sky above the endless mountain forest, a group of 9 people was flying toward the east at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. With the current speed of Xiao Yang's group, they would be able to reach the Fang clan in less than 2 days. Oh, so Mr. Zhu is an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. I've been disrespectful. However, I seem to have heard the name Zhu Tai from somewhere. On the way, Xiao Yang introduced his group. When Lan Yi heard that there were people from the Alchemist Alliance in Xiao Yang's group, a look of shock appeared on his face. Even he did not think that this seemingly ordinary group would actually include people from the Alchemist Alliance. Haha, the Alchemist Alliance. If you're talking about the domineering Zhu Tai, that's me. Hearing Lan Yi's words, Zhu Tai did not hold back at all. He laughed loudly and introduced himself. Oh, you're that domineering Zhu Tai? It's said that you were born with a domineering aura, making it difficult for normal people to get close to you. When we first met, even I felt a little pressured, haha. Lan Yi was rather straightforward when he met such a bold person like Zhu Tai. As he spoke, he became much more unrestrained. In just a few words, the relationship between the two of them quickly became closer. Although his words were filled with jokes, it still made Zhu Tai very happy. The two of them seemed to have become much closer. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yang, we seem to have only cared about chatting and forgotten about our other friends. Ah, them? I'm afraid we'll have to ask them to personally introduce us. Changing the topic, Lan Yi brought up a matter that did not seem to have anything to do with the current group. The them that the two of them were referring to were naturally the 4 origin transformation experts that had been following them ever since they had left the city. With Xiao Yang and Lan Yi's strength, they had naturally sensed the existence of these 4 people long ago. Even among the people behind them, Only the fairy doctor and Mu Ling did not know about them. For mere origin transformation experts actually dare to follow us. They're looking to die. From the fact that the other party had been purposely maintaining the distance between them and locking onto their chi, Lan Yi was certain that the four of them had come for them. However, he did not understand why these four advanced origin transformation experts, who had no chance of victory against him alone, would choose to follow the 9 of them. It should be known that other than Xiao Yang, there were still 4 other origin transformation experts. Could it be that they were intentionally seeking death? However, compared to Lan Yi, Xiao Yang did not believe the matter to be so simple. No one would be foolish enough to challenge a group of returnance experts as origin transformation experts. However, what if they possessed battle prowess that could make returnance experts take them seriously? Master Lan, who do you think would dare to do this in this southernmost land? Xiao Yang's expression was solemn. Although he could not be certain, from this situation, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was as he thought in his heart. Lan Yi stopped and Xiao Yang stopped at the same time. Luo Jin and the others looked at each other and sank into their thoughts. Mr. Xiao Yang, you mean? Xiao Yang's words immediately reminded Lan Yi. If there really was an organization in the extreme south that dared to do something like this, there really was one. The Celestial Puppet Sect. Lan Yi abruptly turned his head. At the same time the words were spat out from his mouth, his aura instantly locked onto the 4 people at the edge of his sight. The owners of the 4 auras also sensed Lan Yi's probing at the same time. Immediately, the 4 of them ceased hiding and simply increased their speed. In an instant, they had already appeared in the sight of Xiao Yang's group. He, are you Fang Jitsung's protector, Lan Yi? A hoarse laugh rang out. The 4 of them clearly understood Lan Yi, which was why they had chased after him so boldly. It seemed like they had already planned for the battle today. You're the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley? As he stared at the 4 embroidered robed elders in front of him, Lan Yi's eyes rotated as he seemed to have thought of something. If these 4 individuals were members of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, then there were indeed 4 very similar individuals within this faction. Although the 4 of them were only at late origin transformation, their teamwork was extremely good. It was said that when they worked together, their battle prowess could even rival returnance experts. Their battle prowess was much greater than the Tian brothers Xiao Yang had killed before. Haha, looks like Mr. Lan Yi has some understanding of us. If that's the case, the 4 of us won't say anything more. Let's end this quickly. The 4 old men immediately laughed aloud when they saw that Lan Yi had actually recognized them. With a wave of their sleeves, silver puppets immediately appeared before them. These puppets were the true representation of their battle prowess. 4 mid-returnance puppets. The 4 puppets combined with their terrifying battle prowess meant that Xiao Yang's group was facing 5 returnance experts at the same time. The severity of the situation was self-evident. If Lan Yi had to face them alone, he probably would not have been able to endure it. If it were any other day, Lan Yi would have died without a doubt. However, Xiao Yang's group just happened to be present today. Just as the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley released the puppets, Xiao Yang and the others beside Lan Yi let out a cold snort in unison. The group of people lined up and their left feet took half a step forward in unison. Waves of force and pressure immediately swept across the sky and pressed against the 4 people opposite them. Don't look down on us. Lan Yi could not help but be slightly surprised when he saw this. At the same time, a stream of warmth flowed through his heart. I must say that your appearance has really caught us by surprise. However, let me give you a few words of advice. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourselves, it's best if you leave obediently. We can treat it as if we've never seen you, or else. Sorry, we love meddling in other people's business. The more it has nothing to do with us, the more we want to get involved. We'll just treat it as joining in on the fun. Before the old men could finish speaking, Xiao Yang smirked. With a thought, his powerful presence at early returnance immediately condensed into an invisible gust of wind, sweeping toward the 4 old men like a blade. Clang! Soon afterwards, the puppets before the 4 of them suddenly took a step forward. With a swing of their arms, the surrounding space immediately distorted. The invisible pressure was easily blocked by the puppets. So what if you're at returnance? Since you want to die, the four of us can only send you on your way. Go. Kill them all. With a loud shout, the puppets in front of the four of them also shot forward. Chapter 1176. As the four puppets charged forward, the battle was about to begin. The four puppets streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Two of them charged towards Lan Yi and Xiao Yang, while the other two faced Luo Jin and the rest. The four elders of the East Cove, on the other hand, had their eyes on Fang Jizong, who was currently being pulled behind Lan Yi. Fang Jizong was their real target. As for killing Lan Yi, it was just a convenient thing to do. No, they're not coming for me. Lan Yi's observation was also very detailed, and he immediately noticed the gazes of the four from the East Cove Higher Magic Academy. Just as he was about to cover Fang Jizong and leave, that damned puppet had already arrived in front of him. He didn't even have time to say anything before a cold fist with the power to tear through the void came crashing down on him. If Lan Yi were to be hit by this punch, there would definitely be a large hole in his body if he didn't have enough strength to block it. Damn it. Although the puppet's strength was not as strong as his, a puppet was still a puppet. It didn't feel pain or fatigue. As long as it could move, it would definitely carry out its master's orders. If Lan Yi was careless, even he would be at a disadvantage. If Lan Yi didn't have any other concerns, he wouldn't be worried at all. However, he had to deal with the puppet and protect Fang Jizong behind him at the same time. This was really difficult to do. Boom. Coincidentally, Xiao Yang sent the puppet in front of him flying with a punch. Lan Yi also repelled the puppet in front of him. Taking advantage of this short respite, Lan Yi hurriedly shouted to Xiao Yang. Mr. Xiao Yang, leave these two puppets to me. I hope you can protect my young master for the time being. As the words left his mouth, Lan Yi turned around and kicked. A powerful force violently sent the puppet that was charging over flying. At the same time, it also sent the puppet in front of Xiao Yang flying. Hearing this, Xiao Yang also knew that the situation was tense. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light immediately shot out towards the battlefield where Luo Jin and the others were. Meanwhile, with a flash, he had already appeared before Fang Jizong in the blink of an eye with the Heaven's Extinction Steps. At this moment, the four elders of the East Cove had only just circled around everyone and arrived behind Lan Yi. On the other side, a black figure suddenly charged in between Luo Jin and the others, who were fighting bitterly with the two puppets. It violently knocked one of the silver puppets away. When Luo Jin and the others returned to their senses, they discovered that it was the Returnance Realm puppet in Xiao Yang's hands. With the addition of the Little Fairy Doctor's puppets and the Origin Transformation Realm experts, there was nothing for them to fear when facing the puppets of the four from the East Cove Academy. Chem. That's a puppet of the heavenly puppet to the heavens to the heavens. Why do they have something from the heavenly puppet sect? This scene was also captured by Lan Yi's eyes. The emotion in his heart suddenly tightened. His gaze involuntarily looked toward the battleground where Xiao Yang was. Although he saw that Xiao Yang was facing off against the four people from the East Valley Academy, his heart did not dare to remain calm. Most importantly, it seemed that Xiao Yang was discussing something with them. This only increased the suspicion in Lan Yi's heart. Boom. Lan Yi's momentary lapse in concentration was enough for the puppet in front of him to seize the opportunity and land a heavy punch on his chest. The powerful force instantly caused his chest to cave in. As Lan Yi was sent flying, a fist-sized dent could be seen on his chest. Before he could spit out the blood that was about to spurt out, another puppet had already arrived in front of him and launched a fierce attack. Lan Yi had no time to think and hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body to block the attack. At this moment, on Xiao Yang's side, the faces of the four people from the East Cove Academy also revealed surprised expressions. Kid, why do you have a puppet from my heavenly puppet sect? One of the elders asked in a low voice. His turbid eyes glanced at the two rapidly darting puppets in the distance. He was certain that they were puppets refined using a special secret technique of his heavenly puppet sect. He was only curious as to why his sect's puppets would appear in the hands of an outsider. Would you believe me if I said I picked them up? Xiao Yang curled his lips and sneered. Things had already reached such a stage, yet this guy still had the mood to ask such questions. You. What a sharp-tongued kid. Xiao Yang's words immediately caused the expression of the person before him to darken. However, the other elder seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. That's right, we received news not long ago that the Tian brothers were killed at the southwest border and their puppets are nowhere to be found. Could it be that he was the one who did it? After all, they were from the same sect. There was indeed someone among the four of them who was aware of what had happened at the southwestern border. Immediately, the gazes that the four of them used to look at Xiao Yang had become much more dark and ruthless. The killing intent in their eyes went without saying. The Tian brothers, huh? Those three arrogant fellows? Even death can't wipe out their crimes. No matter what, you've already killed members of my sect and stolen our sect's puppets. Now, you're even using our puppets to stop us. If you don't die, our heavenly puppet sect will lose all face. Let's work together and kill this kid. The four roared in anger. Soon after, their bodies jerked as Genesis Chi immediately swarmed out from their bodies, linking together to form an especially powerful pressure that directly pressed towards Xiao Yang. Unity of Chi, break through the enemy with strength. With a shout, the four simultaneously raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed a series of seals. The Genesis Chi around their bodies also began to stir at this moment. Light green Genesis Chi began to weave together, ultimately forming a dark green spear. A majestic aura burst out from within as the spear gently trembled. The vast Genesis Chi caused the surrounding space to violently churn as visible cracks appeared out of nowhere. The sharp aura was not the slightest bit inferior to the Do skills used by ordinary returnance experts. HMPH, unorthodox tricks. Xiao Yang was not the least bit afraid when he saw this. He abruptly rubbed his palms together and a pale blue flame immediately shot out from his palms. The flame rose and transformed into an enormous flame ruler in the blink of an eye. Blazing flames soared into the sky, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens. As powerful Genesis Chi poured into the ruler, the aura it gave off became even more heart-palpitating. Heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the four elders of the East Valley changed drastically. They did not expect Xiao Yang to be in possession of such a terrifying thing. There were very few forces in the world that could contend against the power of the world, not to mention that Xiao Yang's cultivation was already stronger than theirs. It would be even more difficult to defeat him now. However, the arrow had already left the bow, and everything was no longer up to them. They could only fight with all their might. With this thought in mind, the four of them did not dare to underestimate Xiao Yang in the slightest. They frantically circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies and continuously poured it into the spear, intending to use this attack to destroy Xiao Yang's heavenly flame. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiao Yang's strength. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. The giant ruler flipped through the air as flames filled the sky. After flipping a few feet, rainbow lights of heavenly flame fused together. Its power was monstrous, and it was even stronger than the spear in front of them. The moment the two collided, the spear was clearly at a disadvantage. 10 seconds later, under the disbelieving gazes of the four people behind him, the spear suddenly collapsed. Chapter 1177. Boom. The majestic ruler light stood between the heavens and the earth, forcefully cleaving the incoming spear in half. The Genesis Chi that the four had fused naturally collapsed at that moment. It was just as Xiao Yang had said before. Even if their Genesis Chi could fuse and unleash an even greater power, it was not a power that belonged to them individually. In the end, it was still an unorthodox method. It would be enough against regular returnance experts, but to Xiao Yang, who possessed a heavenly flame, this Do skill would not even be able to unleash half of its power. There were indeed many reasons why the four elders of the Eastern Valley had been defeated so easily. The most important reason was that they had encountered an opponent they should not have encountered, or in other words, they should not have picked a time like this to make trouble for Lan Yi. Xiao Yang did not stop at all after defeating their combined attack in a single strike. He immediately used the Heaven's Extinction steps and flashed forward. Before the four of them could even react, Xiao Yang's flaming ruler had smashed into them one after another. Bang 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 bang. With 4 heavy sounds of collisions, the 4 of them were immediately sent flying. Without any surprise, they did not even have the chance to respond. They had already lost their original battle prowess. But it was unknown if it was because Xiao Yang's attack was too fast or if it was because these 4 people really had a great understanding of each other. Even their actions and sounds of vomiting blood were almost perfectly identical. Unfortunately, even if this was the case, they were still defeated. It could be said that they were easily defeated. The 4 of them who were supposed to be on par with returnance experts had been defeated by Xiao Yang just like that. Even if they did not die today, this matter would probably leave them with permanent injuries. The 4 of them were ghastly pale. Blood was still spurting from their throats, but they no longer had the strength to spit out the suffocating blood. You dare claim to be on par with returnance experts with such strength? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? Xiao Yang let out a cold cry and shook his head gently. His body flashed, and after leaving behind a couple of afterimages in the sky, his footsteps had already paused in front of the 4 of them. His hand held an enormous ruler and was just about to send them on their way when a sharp rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Xiao Yang frowned. He turned around and swung his ruler without even thinking about it. A powerful force immediately erupted as flames shot out. The puppet behind him was also sent flying by Xiao Yang's ruler. The terrifying flames had even melted a shallow hole in the puppet's chest. When Xiao Yang turned around, he discovered that the 4 people behind him had already been supported by the other 3 puppets. They had retreated to a location several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Yang looked at Luo Jin's group, they were fine. However, he had never thought that the puppets would return so quickly. They had been in the middle of an intense battle earlier. On the other hand, Lan Yi's mental state had been disturbed by Xiao Yang. He had been bombarded by the 2 puppets. Although he was not heavily injured, he was still gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds as well. This was not how a late returnance expert should be like. However, Xiao Yang had no idea that if it were not for the fact that Lan Yi had been paying close attention to Xiao Yang and Fang Jizong, he would not have ended up like this. The puppet that Xiao Yang had taken out in his hand had given him quite a great shock. Since the 3 puppets had already returned to their side, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Yang to kill these 4 people. Immediately, Xiao Yang helplessly gave up the thought of continuing to chase and kill them. In any case, they were merely 4 unworthy fellows. He only had some confidence by relying on the puppets. If they were to meet him in the future, it was likely that they could only take a detour. The 4 elders of the Eastern Cove were no longer a concern. However, boom! When the puppet was about to be summoned back, Xiao Yang suddenly flipped in the air. His foot heavily stepped on the back of the puppet, forcefully pushing the galloping puppet into the ground. The powerful force instantly caused the ground to crack apart. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly spread like a spiderweb. Xiao Yang's foot had forcefully stepped into the back of the puppet until it was more than an inch deep. It was precisely because of this that he was able to ensure that the puppet was unable to escape from Xiao Yang's strength. You dash if you want to live, piss off immediately. Otherwise, let alone the puppet, you might as well stay behind as well. One of the 4 people was just about to furiously cry out when he was blocked by a single sentence from Xiao Yang. At the same time, the other 3 people also looked at Xiao Yang with great horror. They hurriedly stopped the former's action. Although their hearts were extremely unwilling, they still swiftly fled this place under the protection of the puppet. Seeing that the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley had left, the puppet under Xiao Yang's feet seemed to be struggling even more intensely. This time around, Xiao Yang did not have any thoughts of taking pity on it. He suddenly waved the huge fire ruler in his hand. The moment the huge ruler tore through the air, it also forcefully blasted apart the puppet's head. In an instant, the puppet no longer moved. Although these puppets were somewhat capable, once they were out of human control, it was not difficult to get rid of them. After finishing off the puppet, Xiao Yang finally turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. The others were naturally fine. On the other hand, the strongest person in this group had actually been turned into such a state by the 2 puppets. This really caused Xiao Yang to be somewhat surprised. Master Lan, are you all right? As he approached, Xiao Yang casually took out an elixir from his storage ring. After Lan Yi received the elixir, he did not immediately swallow it. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir. "Thank you, Mr. Xiao Yang, for the elixir." Lan Yi sensed the warm medicinal strength beginning to spread throughout his body and swiftly heal the injuries on his body. Only then did he gradually relax. He thanked Xiao Yang, but his eyes did not meet Xiao Yang's gaze from the beginning to the end. Xiao Yang could not help but feel somewhat suspicious, but he did not understand what had happened. He only vaguely felt that Lan Yi's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. Although Xiao Yang felt some doubt in his heart, he did not think too much about it. He recalled the puppet that he had just released and inquired about the situation of Luo Jin and the rest. After confirming that they were fine, he sat down by the side and began to recover the Genesis Chi that he had exhausted in the battle earlier. While refining the elixir in his body, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Xiao Yang from the corner of his eye. His gaze carefully swept over Luo Jin and the others, and when he looked at Ju Tai, the suspicion in his heart grew even stronger. Recalling his chance encounter with Xiao Yang where the latter had taken the initiative to expel the poison from Fang Jizong's body and the earlier incident where Xiao Yang had used his own strength to suppress the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley who had been famous for a long time, Lan Yi's mind unconsciously connected all of these together. Chapter 1178. After the brief interlude along the way, the group did not stop for the rest of the journey. Lan Yi's speed was much faster, and Xiao Yang and the rest followed closely behind. They knew that Lan Yi was probably worried that another obstacle like the 4 elders of the East Valley would appear, so he deliberately increased his speed. Hence, they did not say anything. 2 days later, the group arrived at a city. Donghua City was the headquarters of the Fang clan. Here, everything was decided by the Fang clan. Now that they were here, they were truly safe. It was only at this moment that Lan Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the innocent-looking Fang Jizong by the side and the corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile. Immediately, he hurriedly looked at Xiao Yang. Before the latter could meet his gaze, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. "Master Lan." When the group arrived at the Fang clan mansion, the guards outside the door immediately bowed respectfully to Lan Yi. At the same time, their gazes swept over Xiao Yang's group behind him. However, they did not bother with this young master of theirs from the beginning until the end. Everyone in Donghua City knew that the young master of the Fang family had become a cripple. He was simply a fool. Who would be respectful to a fool? Glancing at the 2 guards, Lan Yi was displeased but did not say anything. It was human nature and there was no need to pay attention to them. If he had not been with Fang Jizong for so many years, even he would not be willing to pay attention to such a person. However, Lan Yi's gaze turned and looked at a black carriage not far away. There were strange carvings on it. They looked like beasts or birds, but they were definitely not human. They should be some kind of ancient magical beast totem. Even the magical beast pulling the carriage was a soaring cloud leopard that was difficult to obtain for ordinary forces. Based on this alone, it could be determined that the carriage belonged to no ordinary person. This carriage, Lan Yi carefully sized up the carriage in front of him. When he saw the strange carvings, he immediately thought of something. This is the insignia of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Someone from the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to the family residence. Lan Yi suddenly turned his head. His enmity towards the 10,000 Scorpion sect was no less than that of the Heavenly Puppet sect. These 2 forces were not good people. Ordinary people would avoid them. Even the Fang family did not want to have anything to do with them. But why would people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect come to the Fang clan? In reply to Master Lan, this carriage has already arrived at the clan this morning. The people who came are indeed from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They seem to have come to visit the young master with the family head. They are still in the reception hall. Faced with Lan Yi's questioning, the 2 guards didn't dare to be disrespectful and hurriedly told him everything they knew. 10,000 Scorpion sect. One of the 3 sects of the southern region. Who would have thought that we would encounter 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region the moment we arrived at the extreme south? In addition to the burning flame valley that we are about to head to, Wouldn't we encounter all of them? Hearing the conversation between Lan Yi and the Fang family guard, Xiao Yang and the great ape beside him immediately whispered to each other. Xiao Yang glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye and then looked at Lan Yi. Seeing that the latter did not notice, he was relieved. However, Xiao Yang could not help but be curious about the guard's words. According to his understanding, the Fang family was not under the command of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Why would the 10,000 Scorpion sect send someone to visit Fang Jitsong? Mr. Xiao Yang, please come in with me. Lan Yi was no fool. In the blink of an eye, he had guessed the 10,000 Scorpion sect's intentions. Without saying anything else, he immediately turned to Xiao Yang and clasped his fists in a respectful manner. When this scene fell into the eyes of the two guards, it caused them to immediately widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Xiao Yang. It was unexpected that Teacher Lan, whose position in the clan was not low, would actually bow to such a young person. This was really shocking. Seeing Lan Yi's attitude, Xiao Yang immediately understood what he meant. The Fang family was a large family and their overall power could not be underestimated. The reason why the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to visit Fang Jitsong at this time was only a pretense. They probably had other motives and it was related to the entire Fang family's motives. All right. Xiao Yang nodded heavily. He understood Lan Yi's feelings. If he was a step too late and the master really did make some sort of deal with the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it would be a matter that would destroy the foundation of the family. After which, Lan Yi led Xiao Yang's group and swiftly entered the Fang clan's mansion. They rushed directly to the Fang clan's guest hall. Along the way, they chased away all the clan elders and deacons who had come to inquire. No one was able to stop this group. Everyone in the Fang family could only watch helplessly as Lan Yi led a group of unknown people into the Fang family residence. However, there was nothing they could do about it. At the same time, in the Fang family's guest hall, apart from a few high-ranking elders of the Fang family, the other juniors and guards outside had all been dismissed. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the hall. One of them was a dignified middle-aged man in brocade robes, the other 3 were white-haired elders in white robes, and the last was a skinny, dark-skinned elder in black robes. At this moment, the black-robed man was staring at the other 4 people with a sneer on his face. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table as if he was waiting for something. Hehe, master of the Fang family, I've already given you the method. I just want to see how you react. If you agree now, I'll immediately give you the antidote that I have. However, if you still want to think about it for a few more days, then I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. The black-robed man tapped his index finger faster and faster on the table until a certain moment. The black-robed man simply stood up and swept his sharp eyes across the 4 people present. He exchanged glances with the middle-aged man at the head of the table and smiled coldly. He pretended to raise his foot and instantly increased the pressure in the hearts of the 4 people present. Maro Zun, don't go too far. No matter how much the Fang family needs this antidote, we can't betray our own organization for this. The 10,000 Scorpion sect is delusional. Just as Maro Zun was about to raise his foot and leave, the 3 elders sitting opposite him suddenly stood up and stared at him with angry expressions. They were furious and snorted disdainfully at the matter of betrayal. Hee. Good, you guys are really loyal. Since that's the case, I want to ask Master of the Fang family. Fang Kai, they don't care about your son, but don't tell me that even you, the father, don't want your precious son. Hearing the words of the 3 elders, Maro Zun's face was cold and disdainful. He directly set his gaze on the master of the Fang family, Fang Kai. He was very clear that no matter how these 3 old fellows argued, as long as Fang Kai opened his mouth, all of their retorts would no longer be important. Now, it all depended on Fang Kai's choice. Chapter 1179. Maro Zun was an envoy of the Myriad Scorpion sect. He was only at late returnance, the same as Lan Yi. If it were any other time, he would not even have the courage to speak before the 4 of them. However, he was able to make the 4 of them pale today, and the reason for all of this was Fang Jitsong. According to Maro Zun, he had a special pill in his possession. This pill just so happened to be able to cure the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. Fang Kai was naturally extremely excited about this. As long as he obtained the pill, the poison in Fang Jitsung's body would be cured. The knot in his heart that had been there for a long time would naturally be resolved. However, Marozun's condition for handing over the pill was that the Fang family had to join the Myriad Scorpion sect and become a subordinate of the sect. This was even a personal request from the sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect. If they did not agree, they would not be able to obtain the pill. As for openly stealing it, that was even more unrealistic. Since Marozun had come here alone, he should have thought of this long ago. Fang Kai and the others were not idiots. Once they began fighting, there would be no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Fang Jitsung would obviously be doomed. Fang Kai lowered his head silently when he heard Marozun's question. His face darkened and paled as he could not help but clench his hands together. He was unsettled. As the head of the family, he ought to put the interests of the family first before considering anything. However, at the same time, he was also a father. Now that his son's life was in the hands of this bastard in front of him, he had to make a choice between the family and his son under the pressure of both sides. The pain of this was something that few people could understand. Patriarch Fang, since everything is for the sake of the clan, it doesn't matter which side you join. If you wish to protect the clan and save your son at the same time, then what I said earlier is your only choice. Of course, if you choose the clan between the two, then I will respect you. Marozun narrowed his eyes when he saw how Fang Kai was still hesitating. His words made Fang Kai feel quite pressured once again. He was forcing Fang Kai to make a choice. Since Patriarch Fang is unwilling, I can only bid farewell, Marozun said coldly. Marozun said in a cold tone. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the hall. He clearly knew that if Fang Kai really agreed, he would definitely make a choice before he left the Fang family. Otherwise, even if he sat here for an entire day, Fang Kai would still hesitate and drag it out. Wait. Sure enough, just as Marozun raised his hand and was about to pull open the door of the reception hall, Fang Kai, who was seated at the head of the table, finally could not sit still any longer. Heavy words fiercely jumped out from between his teeth. At the same time as he stood up, the three clan elders below immediately gathered their gazes on Fang Kai master. Even though the three old men knew how difficult it was for Fang Kai to make this choice, they still could not help but speak up to stop him. However, just as they opened their mouths, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Fang Kai's choice might have affected the family's interests, but he was doing this for his son. There was nothing wrong with a father doing this for his son. In front of the door of the reception hall, a satisfied smile appeared on Marozun's face. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Fang Kai. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. Master Fang, have you made up your mind? Hearing this, Fang Kai's towering body trembled slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and was about to nod in agreement. But at this moment, bang! The door behind Marozun was suddenly blasted open by a huge force from the outside. The tyrannical force actually knocked Marozun, who was caught off guard, flying forward. He immediately fell in the middle of the reception hall in a sorry state. At the same time, the gazes of Fang Kai and the three elders of the Fang family were also attracted at this moment. Seeing the person who came, the four of them were slightly startled. They did not expect Lan Yi to barge in without notifying them and even knock Marozun down. Although this scene made them feel a little happy, there was a serious matter at hand and Lan Yi should not be so mischievous. Bastard! Who dares to knock me down? Marozun, who had just eaten a dog's poop, staggered up from the floor of the hall and cursed. He turned around and glared angrily, his gaze instantly fixed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi. Marozun, I heard your disgusting voice before I even got here. You're still not dead after so many years. The moment the two met, Lan Yi clenched his fists as the Genesis chi in his body rapidly circulated. Before Marozun could say anything, Lan Yi's foot slammed into the ground. Tremendous power poured out from his feet as his body abruptly shot forward, arriving in front of Marozun in the blink of an eye and viciously swung a fist at Marozun's head. When the latter saw Lan Yi rushing towards him without saying a word, the expression on his face changed drastically. In a short period of time, he could only hurriedly defend himself. Then, Lan Yi's fist landed heavily between his crossed arms. Bang! Accompanied by a low muffled sound, Maro Zun's body immediately retreated uncontrollably. However, Lan Yi did not give up and was about to attack again. Over the past 2 days, Lan Yi had been suppressing his anger from being beaten up by the 2 puppets. Now that he had returned to the clan and heard about this matter, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Who would have thought that this fellow from the so-called 10,000 Scorpion sect would actually be an enemy he knew? Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, and his battle prowess was even greater than before. God damn it! Fang Kai, if you don't tell him to stop, don't even think about saving your son. Although they were both late returnance experts, Maro Zun found it rather difficult to deal with Lan Yi's desperate attacks. As he grumbled inside, he immediately shifted the trouble to Fang Kai, who was just about to watch the show from behind. Fang Kai's face immediately sank even more when he heard that. He cursed Maro Zun inside before snorting helplessly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force immediately condensed in the room, turning into an invisible barrier in the blink of an eye. It stood between Lan Yi and Maro Zun, forcefully blocking Lan Yi's attack. Regardless of how ferocious Lan Yi's attacks were, they were all mercilessly blocked in front of this invisible barrier. Even the slightest spatial ripple was not stirred. This scene caused the hearts of Xiao Yang's group, who were at the entrance, to be shocked. Just how terrifying was the cultivation required to block the attack of a late returnance expert with just a wave of his hand? Is this the power above Origin King? How terrifying! Xiao Yang quietly exclaimed in his heart. His throat involuntarily rolled along with this thought. He exchanged glances with the few people beside him and realized that other than Luo Jin, everyone else had the same expression. Xiao Yang could only bitterly withdraw. All right, Lan Yi, stop. There's no need for you to do anything today. You can leave first. Fang Kai looked at Lan Yi helplessly. He knew that Lan Yi was furious, but he had no choice but to do this since it concerned his son. Patriarch, you can leave. This time, Fang Kai directly waved his hand. He seemed to be tired, so he forcefully opened his eyes and turned around to sit down. Patriarch, I've already found a way to cure the young master. Seeing Fang Kai act in this manner, Lan Yi clearly understood the reason in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiao Yang behind him. When he turned around, he saw Maro Zun's disdainful manner. Only then did he become so angry that his face twitched. He clenched his teeth and spoke loudly to Fang Kai, who had just sat in the main seat. As soon as he finished speaking, the chair under Fang Kai exploded with a bang and he instantly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes immediately stared at Lan Yi as he cried out involuntarily with his eyes wide open. What did you say? Chapter 1180. In the guest hall of the Fang family, the chair that Fang Kai was sitting on exploded the moment Lan Yi finished his sentence. Following the change in Fang Kai's emotions, even the aura around his body began to surge. Similarly, the 3 elders of the Fang family stared at Lan Yi with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, they were filled with strong expectations. If what Lan Yi said was true, then Maro Zun's plan to force them to cooperate with the 10,000 Scorpion sect would naturally fail. This would allow the Fang family to heave a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they could also cure the poison in Fang Jitsung's body. This was undoubtedly the best of both worlds. However, Lan Yi's words alone could not prove that he had really found a way to cure Fang Jitsung's poison. After all, they had invited many people to observe and help Fang Jitsung with the poison. However, without exception, they could only suppress it and could not cure it. Even Fang Kai himself had almost lost all hope. The reason why he cared so much about Maro Zun's words and was even forced to protect his safety was because Maro Zun had given him the greatest hope of saving Fang Jitsung. Even though he was extremely emotional after hearing Lan Yi's words, he didn't dare to jump to a conclusion. Lan Yi, what did you just say? As if worried that he had misheard, Fang Kai raised his trembling hand and stared fixedly at Lan Yi. His breathing quickened as he spoke. At the same time, the other people in the hall also focused their gazes on Lan Yi, especially Maro Zun. When he heard Lan Yi's words, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. However, Maro Zun quickly calmed himself down. He was very clear about the poison in Fang Jitsong's body. In the southern region, it was likely that no one other than the sect leader of the Fang family could cure it. After all, they had waited for a few years in order to take the Fang family under their wing. Now, they were only one step away from the success of their plan. How could anything go wrong at this time? Sect leader, I have found a way to cure the poison in the young master's body. In the hall, Lan Yi stood in the middle of the hall and bowed deeply towards Fang Kai. Although his voice was not loud, anyone could hear the confidence in his voice. After all, Lan Yi was a member of the Fang family, so Fang Kai naturally trusted his words. After the emotional turmoil just now, when he heard these words, Fang Kai no longer had any doubts in his heart, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Similarly, the three Fang family elders also looked at each other. The huge rock hanging high in their hearts finally fell. When they glanced at Maro Zun again, their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Maro Zun was certain that he could use Fang Jitsong's matter to swallow the Fang family. However, to his surprise, Lan Yi suddenly brought back such great news. This time, not only Maro Zun, but the entire 10,000 Scorpion sect's plan had failed. H. Lan Yi, sect leader Fang has just agreed to join our 10,000 Scorpion sect, so I advise you not to use such baseless words to scare people. If you really have a way to cure your young master's poison, then why did you only say it and not show any evidence? Maro Zun glanced at the three elders of the Fang family and sneered. He then turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. When he said those words, the expressions of the three elders became slightly unnatural. Although they didn't want to admit it, Maro Zun's words weren't wrong at all. Even though they trusted Lan Yi's words because of his identity, if he couldn't provide any evidence, they wouldn't be able to officially accept it. Maro Zun, do you think I can't produce evidence? Hearing this, Lan Yi narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Maro Zun. A dense killing intent gradually gathered in his eyes. It's not that I think, but I believe that you can't produce evidence, because this poison, at this point, Maro Zun's spirit suddenly shook as if he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Only then did he curl his lips and said nervously, "Don't worry. Only I have the antidote for this poison." Furthermore, sect leader Fang seems to have asked for the help of many people in order to cure the poison, including the elders of the Alchemist Alliance and the powerful sect leader of the Burning Flame Valley. However, what happened in the end? Even they were unable to cure Fang Jitsong of the poison. Now, you're actually saying that you've found a way to cure the poison. This is simply a joke. Although Maro Zun's words were resolute and decisive, no one paid any attention to him this time. They were only suspicious of his sudden pause just now. However, their gazes were still fixed on Lan Yi, waiting for the latter's rebuttal. Fang Kai carefully thought about Maro Zun's words, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He had indeed asked the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley to cure Fang Jitsong's poison. However, this was definitely extremely confidential information. How did he know? Moreover, listening to his words just now, although it was only half of the sentence, it made Fang Kai feel that there was some secret behind it. Looks like there are some people with unknown identities in the Fang family, Lan Yi secretly thought in his heart and spoke at this moment. Maro Zun, don't be too sure of your words. Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't do anything. What right do you have to say that you can cure Fang Jitsong of the poison? Hearing this, the latter's face was filled with a sneer. He firmly believed that there was only one antidote for the poison in Fang Jitsong's body, and that antidote could only be found in the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Just me. However, just as Maro Zun finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The person who spoke was Xiao Yang. As everyone's gazes shot over, Xiao Yang lifted his foot and walked toward the middle of the hall. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others followed close behind. Fang Jitsong, on the other hand, actually walked toward the courtyard outside by himself. His face was filled with joy as he played. "Who are you?" Fang Kai and the others had indeed noticed the existence of Xiao Yang's group. However, they did not say anything when they saw that Xiao Yang had come together with Lan Yi. It was unexpected that this young man in front of them would suddenly intervene at this critical moment. Patriarch Fang, I am Xiao Yang. I have come under Master Lan's invitation to cure young Master Fang of the poison. Xiao Yang's expression did not change at all when he heard Fang Kai's question. He clasped his hands towards Fang Kai and spoke calmly. Keikukik, kid, did I hear wrong? Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't cure this poison, so how can an early returnant's kid like you be worthy? Boom. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the mocking laughter in Marozun's mouth had just sounded when Xiao Yang's standing body suddenly shook. One could hear a bang and a fierce flame began to burn intensely on the surface of his body. Do you think I'm worthy or not? Chapter 1181. Heavenly Flame. When the heavenly flame ignited on Xiao Yang's body, the temperature in the entire hall rose abruptly. The terrifyingly high temperature even caused the air to twist and tear. Almost at the same time, Fang Kai, who was seated at the head of the table, and the three elders of the Fang family immediately cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with dumbfounded expressions and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. At the same time, Marozun, who had been questioned by Xiao Yang's imposing manner, instantly had an ugly expression on his old face. His face alternated between green and white and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, he immediately understood that his 10,000 scorpion sex plan was going to be ruined. In front of the heavenly flame, no matter how powerful a poison was, it would lose its luster. Not only was the heavenly flame the most terrifying power in the world, it was also the nemesis of all poisons. Even if the poison in Fang Jitsung's body was 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful, with the heavenly flame, it would still be easily expelled. Damn it! How could this brat possess the heavenly flame? The 10,000 Scorpion sect had calculated in every possible way, but they did not expect that someone would actually possess the heavenly flame. Furthermore, the Fang family had encountered it. This kind of coincidence really made them gnash their teeth in hatred. But what should they do now? What could they do? Since the heavenly flame had appeared, no matter what he said, the Fang family would still choose Xiao Yang. If he angered this group of people in front of him, it was not impossible for them to go crazy and kill him. Ha 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 ha. Good. Mr. Xiao Yang, since Lan Yi has invited you, then the poison in my son's body will all depend on you. If the poison in my son's body can be completely removed, I, Fang Kai, guarantee that not only will I give you all the benefits that the Fang family has promised to the outside world, I, Fang Kai, will also owe Mr. Xiao Yang a favor. In the future, if Mr. needs my help, I, Fang Kai, will definitely do my best to help. Xiao Yang's appearance had not only saved Fang Jitsung, but also eliminated the Fang family's greatest threat today. This caused Fang Kai to become even more grateful for Xiao Yang's appearance. Xiao Yang merely nodded his head in an indifferent manner when he heard Fang Kai's words. However, his heart was filled with joy. He had waited for so long because of these words from Fang Kai, a favor from an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. With this, his trip to the extreme south could be considered to have the greatest guarantee. As for you, once he finished expressing his gratitude to Xiao Yang, Fang Kai's expression immediately became stern. His dense gaze instantly locked onto Marozun, who was planning to turn around and flee. At this moment, this fellow no longer had any confidence. Even his action of leaving had become sneaky, much like a rat crossing the street. Marozun. With a flash, Lan Yi appeared in front of Marozun in the blink of an eye. He mercilessly sent a palm strike towards Marozun. Terrified, Marozun hurriedly circulated his Genesis Chi to block. After the collision, Lan Yi steadied himself with a single step, while Marozun only managed to stop himself after taking several steps back. He no longer looked like a late returnance expert. You want to leave? Not so easy. Lan Yi sneered when he saw Marozun lose. Just as he was about to pursue, he was stopped by Fang Kai once again. Lan Yi, let him go. Lan Yi's body suddenly froze when he heard that. He turned his head towards Fang Kai in disbelief and reluctantly asked, Patriarch, how can we let him go? Clan head, how can we let him go? If Mr. Xiao Yang had not come today, I'm afraid, let him go. I know that you hate him, but if he doesn't leave my Fang family, I'm afraid that the news of him coming here will immediately spread. At that time, regardless of whether it's true or not, the people above will start to suspect us. It's better to let him go. Go back and tell your master that my Fang family will definitely not betray our own faction, nor will we join the 10,000 Scorpion sect or the Heavenly Puppet sect. Even though Lan Yi was unwilling, in order to prove the Fang clan's innocence, he had no choice but to withdraw the Genesis Qi around his body. He glared angrily at the terrified Maro Zun, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong it could almost materialize. Only after confirming that Lan Yi would not attack did Maro Zun carefully and timidly retreat. Only when he reached the door did he hurriedly turn around and run out of the guest hall as if he was fleeing. Only at this moment did the hall fall silent. The originally heavy atmosphere also calmed down with Maro Zun's departure. "Hehe, Mr. Xiao Yang, I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Fang Kai walked forward and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yang with a warm smile. Xiao Yang's heart immediately became terrified. He did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly cupped his hands and replied. After which, Fang Kai invited Xiao Yang's group to sit down. After a simple chat, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more relaxed. After the few of them made some simple inquiries, Fang Kai finally realized that the few people in front of him were not people from the extreme south. No wonder they did not know about the Fang clan. On the other hand, Lan Yi had been whispering something into Fang Kai's ear ever since everyone had sat down. It was possible that he was telling Fang Kai about the things that they had encountered along the way. Xiao Yang did not think too much about this point. He only followed Fang Kai's words and answered in a casual manner. At times, he would also cleverly use his words to ask a few questions about the Fang clan. At the same time, Maro Zun, who had darted out of the Fang clan's guest hall, was originally fleeing out of the Fang clan's residence. However, halfway through, he met Fang Jitsong, who was alone. Maro Zun's thoughts changed rapidly. Looking at Fang Jitsong in front of him, a venomous look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, with a flip of his hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. Although it looked similar to an ordinary pill, the aura it emitted made people feel disgusted. "Temph, so what if you have a heavenly flame? You've ruined my 10,000 Scorpion sect's plans. I'll take your life as compensation." "Oh, you're actually a rank 5 alchemist. Mr. Xiao Yang is indeed young and promising. Not only is your cultivation so tyrannical, but you're also so proficient in alchemy. You've even grasped a heavenly flame that ordinary people can't possess. I have to say, Mr. Xiao Yang is really a dragon among men." In the Fang clan's guest hall, Fang Kai was still asking Xiao Yang some obscure questions. When he mentioned that Xiao Yang was actually an alchemist, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. Even the other 3 elders of the Fang clan beside him could not help but be shocked. Such a young rank 5 alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there was probably no other one like him. Mr. Xiao Yang is indeed a genius. I have to admit that. However, I still have a question that I'd like to ask Mr. Xiao Yang to answer. Fang Kai smiled slightly. Seeing that Fang Kai also smiled and nodded, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, may I know what relationship Mr. Xiao Yang has with the Heavenly Puppet sect?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Chapter 1182. As Fang Kai's words left his mouth, Fang Kai's body abruptly jerked in the hall as an extremely terrifying aura descended on the heads of Xiao Yang and the others. Their expressions instantly changed as they hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies to resist. However, the other party was a true Origin King expert and was several times stronger than all of them combined. His aura and pressure was not something that Xiao Yang and the others could withstand. Boom! A series of explosions rang out as the chairs that Xiao Yang and the others were sitting on were instantly blasted apart. Their bodies were half kneeling on the ground as if they were about to be pressed down by the pressure. Cough cough. Following the pressure above their heads was a series of violent coughs. The qi and blood in Xiao Yang and the others immediately began to churn violently. This was especially true for the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Their cultivations were on the lower side to begin with, so when they were pressured by the aura, their faces immediately turned deathly pale. A trace of blood even flowed out from the corner of the little fairy doctor's lips. Little fairy doctor. Xiao Yang's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury surged from the bottom of his heart. He ceased asking about the reason. A thought passed through his heart and a powerful force immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body, transforming into a layer of golden-colored barrier. With the pressure above his head, his trembling legs gradually became firm. His head, which was pressed down, was also stubbornly raised. Giant elephant art. Rise for me. A low roar was once again emitted from Xiao Yang's heart. His body shook abruptly and an enormous golden-colored illusionary image immediately appeared within the hall. The ground under his body, which had already been crushed, swiftly split into numerous enormous crack lines. His entire body also slowly stood up and bent his waist deeply. Although he was unable to stand upright, this scene caused Fang Kai, Lan Yi, and the others present to reveal shocked expressions. A mere initial origin stage expert was actually able to stand up under the pressure of Fang Kai's origin king stage aura with brute force. This was truly shocking. Soon after, the enormous hands of the King Kong giant in the hall supported itself on the ground. At a glance, it appeared like a large gorilla. While Fang Kai and the others were shocked, the King Kong giant forcefully withstood the pressure. A low roar that was filled with anger was emitted from its throat. At the same time, a fierce flame covered the surface of its body. An extremely overbearing strength surged out from within Xiao Yang's body at this moment. It actually blocked Fang Kai's force and pressure for an instant, allowing the little fairy doctor and the others behind him to have a chance to catch their breath. Gasp! This guy, he's already in such a state and yet he still has the strength to retort. What shocking explosive force! Even with Fang Kai's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. On top of being shocked in his heart, he also felt even more surprised and doubtful about the exact identity of Xiao Yang's group. Kid, I don't care what abilities you have, but it's best if you answer my question honestly right now. What is your relationship with the Celestial Puppet Sect? After all, Xiao Yang was an origin king. Although his presence was indeed shocking, he was only at early returnance in the end. Facing Fang Kai with such strength was like putting on a show. Fang Kai only called out, but the pressure within his voice suppressed Xiao Yang once again. Kid, I admire your talent and courage very much, but if you really are someone from the Celestial Puppet Sect, then no matter how great your talent is, I can only apologize to you. The pressure that was being exerted on the heads of Xiao Yang's group immediately became even stronger when these words were spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The golden light that covered the surface of Xiao Yang's body, along with the illusionary image, was shattered in an instant. What? Xiao Yang's heart suddenly shook. His face had turned bright red the moment the golden elephant skill was broken. He widened his mouth and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Soon after, his expression also turned pale in an instant. His forceful body immediately knelt down uncontrollably. With a bang, the shattered ground under his knees was shaken into a pile of powder. Cough cough, Patriarch Fang, what is the meaning of this? The expressions of Luo Jin and the others immediately changed when they saw Xiao Yang become injured. Even though the pressure above them became even more terrifying, it was unable to stop their enmity and anger. What is the meaning of this? It's only the first time Xiao Yang has met Lan Yi and Song yet they want to purge him of their own accord. How can there be such a good deal in the world? When you left Endless City, you just happened to be followed by people from the Celestial Puppet Sect. In the battle afterwards, not only did Xiao Yang defeat the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley who were no weaker than returnance experts, but he even took out a puppet unique to the Celestial Puppet Sect. What? Isn't all of this enough to explain everything? You've already prepared the entire plan from the moment Lan Yi and Song set foot in Endless City for the sake of infiltrating the Fang family. The puppet is clearly from the southwest border and the Sea Cloud Palace. According to what I know, the Celestial Puppet Sect has already begun to expand their forces in the southwest. The largest one is called the Sea Cloud Palace. The reason why you mentioned it is to use the Sea Cloud Palace to hide your identities. Fang Kai actually displayed an intelligent appearance when he heard Luo Jin's words. Based on his judgment, He had actually connected everything that had happened before and after. It appeared that the things that had happened to Xiao Yang's group at the southwestern border and their arrival at the southernmost region were all for the sake of probing into his Fang clan. However, he had completely forgotten that he and the others had helped his Fang clan to get out of a predicament earlier. Luo Jin and the others became furious when they saw Fang Kai's idiotic guess. They glared at Fang Kai furiously, almost spitting fire from their eyes. If it were not for the fact that their cultivation was lower than Fang Kai's, they probably would not have been able to recognize him and would have punched him long ago. Patriarch Fang. You don't have to believe others, but I'm an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. You should at least believe me. Don't tell me you still don't believe in the Alchemist Alliance. At this moment, even Ju Tai could not help but yell out while enduring the pressure on his shoulders. Fang Kai was actually so stupid. He actually insisted that they were from the Celestial Puppet Sect based on these unrelated matters. Could it be that after the incident with Maro Zun, this fellow had become so suspicious? Or was it that the Fang family had always been like this? TMPH, I naturally believe in the Alchemist Alliance. However, according to what I know, you have only joined the Alchemist Alliance in the last 2 years. If you had already joined the Alchemist Alliance before joining the Alliance, then this matter would naturally make sense. Chapter 1183. Within the Fang clan's meeting hall, a terrifying qi pressure violently pressed down on the bodies of Xiao Yang's group. Everyone's faces were pale. Every single one of their bodies could not help but tremble intensely. This was not because of any fear. It was purely because the strength they were facing was too great. In front of everyone, Xiao Yang was undoubtedly in the most miserable state. Over half of the force in his body had been removed, and he could only rely on his Genesis Qi to barely block the pressure above his head. His cheeks were flushed red as a powerful aura descended from above. It was not only suppressing his body, but also attacking his soul. A suffocating pressure spread from every part of his body, and Xiao Yang could only grit his teeth and endure. At the same time, another force seemed to be faintly trembling in the depths of Xiao Yang's body. It was only because all of Xiao Yang's attention was focused on his body that he did not notice. After Fang Kai retorted with a cold expression, he looked as if he had won a great victory and was about to capture the group in front of him. Indeed, after the incident with Maro Zun, Fang Kai had doubts about many things in his heart. He was very clear that there was definitely someone in his family who was related to Maro Zun. As for who that person was, it was still unclear for the time being. However, just based on this point, it caused him to form a suspicion toward all those whose identities were unknown. This was especially so when Lan Yi also raised his suspicion toward Xiao Yang's group. The thought in his heart flourished even more. Patriarch, don't you think it's a little too subjective to believe that they are from the Heavenly Puppet Sect based on this? Finally, at this moment, the 3 elders of the Fang clan also realized that something was not quite right. Fang Kai's words were a little too absolute. After all, no matter how one put it, Xiao Yang had helped the Fang clan resolve a crisis today. Yet, he actually turned around and doubted the identity of Xiao Yang's group. This was really a little unreasonable. Patriarch, at this moment, Lan Yi finally sensed that something was not right. His heart immediately felt some regret. He should not have suspected the background of Xiao Yang's group for no reason. However, it was too late to talk about all this now. At this moment, how could Fang Kai allow anyone to say anything? What, the 3 of you are starting to doubt me? I usually give you some face because you have contributed to the clan. Today, Maro Zun came to the Fang clan, and the 3 of you were so submissive that you didn't have the slightest bearing of clan elders. You were even forced into silence by Maro Zun, and now you dare to teach me a lesson? Don't tell me you are also from the Heavenly Puppet Sect or the 10,000 Scorpion Sect. When Fang Kai said this, the 3 elders were immediately shocked. Indeed, the current Fang Kai had indeed become very strange. Not only did he speak without restraint, his heart seemed to have become even darker. Something's wrong. Patriarch, you should calm down first. Upon sensing this, the expressions of the 3 elders immediately changed as they hurriedly called out to stop Fang Kai. However, the latter's heart had become increasingly aggressive at this moment. How could he possibly allow them to say anything else? The instant he turned his head, the few of them saw that his eyes had unknowingly been covered by a scarlet-red hue. As he roared, he suddenly waved his sleeve as a torrent of Genesis chi surged out, charging straight at the three elders. This guy. The hearts of the three old men were immediately greatly alarmed. They hurriedly intervened and blocked Fang Kai's attack together. However, the remnant ripple after the Genesis chi was broken easily knocked down Xiao Yang's group. The pressure they felt also scattered at this moment. Fortunately, this energy remnant ripple did not cause them to suffer any injuries. This was something worth rejoicing over. However, the instant Xiao Yang's body fell backwards, he seemed to faintly hear something shattering in his body. Immediately after, just as Fang Kai was about to attack the three elders again, the door to the discussion hall was once again smashed open by brute force. Cries of alarm rang out. Patriarch. Not good, the poison in young master's body is acting up again. Loud cries echoed in the hall like the ringing of a bell, the buzzing sound causing Fang Kai's head to rumble. Now that something had happened to Fang Jitsong, Fang Kai's mind was in turmoil, and his actions finally came to a stop. Die. Let him die. However, before the others could relax, Fang Kai's cry sounded out like a sudden clap of thunder and also like the roar of a wild beast. Without caring about anyone else, his body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the three elders from his own clan in the blink of an eye. He then violently slammed the chest of the person closest to him. In the face of such a sudden attack, coupled with the gap between their cultivation levels, the elder was unable to dodge even with his movement techniques. He could only helplessly watch as Fang Kai's hand rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Once this palm landed, even if he did not die, it would definitely leave behind an injury that would be difficult to cure. BZZ. However, while the other two elders were emitting worried exclamations from their mouths, there was suddenly an unknown energy swiftly gathering within Xiao Yang's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous energy whirlpool around Xiao Yang's body. A wild and ferocious suction force instantly surged. The Genesis chi in the area where the Fang clan was located suddenly began to riot at this moment. In the next instant, just as Fang Kai's hand was about to land on the chest of the elder in front of him, an invisible energy storm abruptly charged out from the center of the vortex and slammed into Fang Kai's body. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Fang Kai's body immediately flew out. Immediately, he was heavily smashed into the wall behind the head seat. His entire chest instantly caved in and his body was embedded into the wall. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. While his mind was in a state of giddiness, his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity. In the hall, the three elders stared in disbelief at Fang Kai, who had been sent flying by the force. Besides the joy of surviving a calamity, there was also endless shock in their turbid eyes. Only after the three of them confirmed that Fang Kai would not attack again did they turn their gazes towards the source of the aura. When their gazes landed on Xiao Yang's body, the shock in their hearts grew even greater. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the person who had sent Fang Kai flying with a single aura would be Xiao Yang. Fang Kai, the strongest member of the Fang clan, a 4-star Source King, had been sent flying by Xiao Yang, a young member of the younger generation. This was simply unbelievable. Chapter 1184. The Fang clan's residence. The originally gorgeous reception hall was now in ruins. The walls on all sides collapsed, and the dome was blown away by a tyrannical force. The originally spacious hall was now only left with a small space in the middle that could stand. Fang Kai's body was still embedded in the wall. It was likely that the remaining broken wall around his body would collapse with a loud bang if he quietly moved. The three elders of the Fang clan, Luo Jin, and the others took the lead to withdraw from the area of the ruins. Only Xiao Yang remained seated within it. The powerful energy formed a huge energy tornado with Xiao Yang's body at the center. Xiao Yang's eyes were tightly shut as he sat cross-legged, allowing the energy to enter his body. The moment the invisible energy swept out, Xiao Yang was certain that Xiao Xian had awakened in his body. After such a long time, Xiao Xian had finally recovered from the great exhaustion he had suffered in the North Sea. Moreover, he was clearly much more powerful than before. It was imaginable that his spiritual strength should have recovered long ago. He had only been absorbing and refining the medicinal ingredients he had obtained from the Sea Clan. After absorbing the spirit power in those medicinal herbs, Xiao Xian's spirit power had reached an unimaginable level. At least with Xiao Yang's current spirit power, he couldn't detect the depth of Xiao Xian's spirit power. He couldn't even detect the latter's current condition. Ever since the energy swept out, Xiao Yang's body no longer moved. Only the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, and after entering Xiao Yang's body, it inexplicably disappeared. Xiao Yang knew that Xiao Xian was absorbing the Genesis Qi, but he was a little surprised that Xiao Xian didn't react in the slightest. Xiao Yang, is he okay? Outside the arena, Ju Tai and the others were also looking at Xiao Yang with worried faces. The strange thing that had suddenly happened to Xiao Yang's body had really given them a fright. On the other hand, the little fairy doctor's pretty face did not have a surprised expression at this moment. Although her heart was also shocked by the sudden scene just now, when she came back to her senses, the worry in her heart quickly calmed down. Based on her understanding of Xiao Yang, he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Since that energy was being released from his body, it meant that this energy was under Xiao Yang's control. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to worry. As the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, the movements around Xiao Yang grew more and more intense. Even the space around him and the ground began to tremble. The tremendous energy pressure caused space to distort, and even the air seemed to become particularly viscous. During this entire process, everyone present stared intently at Xiao Yang. Some of the members of the Fang clan, who had arrived late, also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock. When would they have thought that the Fang clan's meeting hall would be destroyed by someone? And now, this person was sitting there with his legs crossed and cultivating with a fearless look. He was simply looking down on the Fang clan. Immediately, there were a few disciples of the Fang family who were eager to show off, but before they could do anything, they were stopped by the three elders. Not a single person from the Fang family was allowed to step into the meeting hall. Seeing that the three elders from their own clan actually surrounded and protected this young man in the battleground, the other members of the Fang clan immediately did not dare to say anything more. However, their gazes that repeatedly looked at Xiao Yang were filled with an increasing amount of shock. In the sky, the three elders of the Fang family stared fixedly at Xiao Yang, their hearts filled with shock. Given their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the power surrounding Xiao Yang didn't really belong to Xiao Yang. He was only acting as a cover for the Genesis Qi, and all the power had returned to the depths of Xiao Yang's body. As for what it was, they had no way of knowing. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The true owner of the power was definitely much stronger than the three of them combined. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to push back Fang Kai, who was in that strange state, with a single blow. When Fang Kai was mentioned, the latter's body was still embedded in the broken wall at this moment. Although the scarlet color from earlier could no longer be seen in his eyes, his entire person appeared to be in a daze. It appeared that he had yet to wake up from Xiao Yang's explosive attack earlier. Bang, perhaps it was really such a coincidence, or perhaps Fang Kai felt the gazes from the outside. His originally drooping eyes slowly opened with some pain. He moved his body slightly, and the broken wall on his body instantly collapsed. His entire body was also released from the wall. After coming back to his senses, his pair of eyes that had recovered their clarity couldn't help but look around in a daze. The expression on his face was first startled, then he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What is going on? After the shock on his face passed, Fang Kai felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, the scene from before once again surfaced in his mind. How could this be? Fang Kai's face immediately turned deathly pale as he recalled the scene from before. At the same time, he was glad that his palm had not landed on the elder's body. Otherwise, he would have regretted it to death. As for why his palm did not land, there was no description in his memory. As for the energy storm around Xiao Yang, it had gradually subsided before Fang Kai opened his eyes. Ancestor, have you awakened? Ancestor? Ancestor! The energy dissipated, and Xiao Yang calmly sat where he was without moving. He kept calling out for Xiao Xian in his heart, But no matter how many times he tried, there was no response. Even if Xiao Yang used his soul power to carefully search his body, he was still unable to detect the slightest trace of Xiao Xian's aura. From the looks of it, the latter did not seem to have completely awakened. The energy from before was perhaps just an abnormality before he awakened. Sigh. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. Then, he slowly raised his eyes. However, just as he opened his eyes, he saw the pale-faced Fang Kai not far away. His eyes immediately narrowed, and he hurriedly got up, but at the same time, he attracted the latter's gaze. Mr. Xiao Yang. Fang Kai also understood that Xiao Yang was extremely wary of him at this moment, so he immediately wanted to go forward and explain what had happened. However, just as he was about to move, the three elders suddenly leaped forward and blocked Fang Kai and Xiao Yang. Master, if you attack again, don't blame us for being impolite. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1185. In the Fang family mansion, all the Fang family disciples widened their eyes as they stared at the scene before them in astonishment. They could not believe their own eyes. Why did their own elders turn around and stand in front of their family head? If it weren't for the clear words of the three elders, these people would have suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Grand Elder, I did not know what had happened before. I can only apologize for what happened earlier. After this, I will do my best to make it up to the three of you, but Mr. Xiao Yang, Fang Kai felt extremely helpless in his heart when he saw the three elders from his clan blocking in front of him. Immediately, he cupped his hands and bowed to the few of them with a sincere attitude, hoping that he would be able to obtain their forgiveness. At the end of his words, Fang Kai's gaze also landed on Xiao Yang. His gaze was so sincere that no one would be able to form any doubts. Speaking of which, Xiao Yang was clearly being treated in such a manner by an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have nodded his head and forgiven him. However, Xiao Yang did not. Even though he could tell that Fang Kai's words were sincere, his actions earlier had already touched Xiao Yang's reverse scale. How could this be easily resolved with 2 or 3 sentences? Fang Kai, although you are the patriarch, you have gone too far today. No matter what the reason is, you have already affected the operations of the entire Fang family. As a result, the three of us have decided to temporarily keep your position as the patriarch of the Fang family. As for Mr. Xiao Yang, from now on, he will be a guest elder of the Fang family. If there is nothing urgent, I think it's best if you do not approach him so casually. Even though the three elders already knew that Fang Kai had recovered his consciousness, the damage he had done earlier could not be easily made up for. For example, the ruins before them. The guest hall had been completely destroyed. If they wanted to start over, they would have to build a new one. However, before that, they needed to stabilize their foundations and make the ground even more stable. At this moment, this was exactly what the three elders wanted to do. Temporarily keeping Fang Kai as the head of the clan was to vent his anger for the oppression that Xiao Yang had suffered earlier. As for the consecrated elder, it was also to compensate Xiao Yang to the greatest extent. This action was far better than the original request that Fang Kai had made. Of course, the reason for this was definitely because of the strength that was emitted from Xiao Yang's body earlier. If he didn't have a certain level of strength as an incentive, how could these guys treat him with such an attitude? Thinking of this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but mock himself. In the end, he was still basking in Xiao Xian's glory. Otherwise, with his own cultivation, how could he attract the attention of these people in front of him? At most, they would be a little more polite to him because of Fang Jitsong. Once Fang Jitsong's condition improved, the outcome would naturally not be difficult to imagine. However, it was different now. With the aura that Xiao Yang exuded earlier, these guys would naturally treat him with respect. Regardless of whether the power belonged to Xiao Yang or not, as long as he could use it, it was enough for these people to be polite to him. Under the premise of possessing great power, no one would care about the source of that power. Mr. Xiao Yang, what happened earlier was indeed my fault. I apologize to you. However, the poison in Tsong-Er's body has acted up again, and it can no longer be delayed. Mr. Xiao Yang, please treat my son's injuries. Fang Kai was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind the words of the three elders in front of him. Although he did not understand the exact reason behind it, the poison in Fang Jitsung's body had once again flared up. If this were to continue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and open his mouth to beg Xiao Yang. Hearing that, Xiao Yang's expression didn't change much. He looked at the three elders in front of him and realized that they were also looking at him from the corner of their eyes. Although they didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that they were waiting for his response. These three old fellows obviously hoped that he would agree. After all, they were helping their own people. They couldn't really hurt their own people for a person whose thoughts they couldn't be sure of. That kind of deal where they suffered a double loss was something they absolutely couldn't do. Xiao Yang was just about to open his mouth when a warm hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that it was Luo Jin. The little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely behind. Although their complexions had already recovered, one could still see some paleness on the little fairy doctor's face. The gap between a Dou Di and King Yuan was too great. If Fang Kai really wanted to kill back then, it was likely that the first to die would be the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's heart, which had calmed down because of Xiao Xian, fluctuated once again. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin by the side. Immediately, Xiao Yang looked at Fang Kai, raised his eyelids, and said in a calm tone, "I can agree to help young Master Fang expel the poison." Once these words were said, the three elders and Fang Kai relaxed slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yang continued to speak. "However, Fang clan leader, you must bow and apologize to her." As he spoke, Xiao Yang raised his hand and pointed at the little fairy doctor by the side. At this moment, the latter finally reacted. Immediately, the expression on her face was startled. Soon after, she opened her mouth but remained silent. "What? This woman is only a 3-star Dou Di. How can this be? How can the Fang clan leader apologize to a 3-star Dou Di? Absolutely not." As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples of the Fang family immediately burst into an uproar. How could the dignified patriarch of the Fang family apologize to a person of unknown origin? Not to mention that this person's cultivation was far inferior to Fang Kai's. Xiao Yang's actions could be said to be slapping the Fang clan's own face. "Mr. Xiao Yang, isn't this too? If Fang clan leader is unwilling, you can go and look for Mao Zun. I believe that even if you look for him now, he would be very willing to cooperate with you." Without waiting for the elder in front of him to finish speaking, Xiao Yang once again opened his mouth. The elder's words were instantly stuck in his mouth. Even though they knew that Xiao Yang was taking revenge for the previous matter, asking Fang Kai to bow and apologize to the little fairy doctor in front of everyone in the Fang clan was still a little too much. However, if he was unwilling to apologize, Fang Jitsung's life would definitely be threatened. Xiao Yang's actions were forcing him to apologize. After all, he was a father. Fang Kai struggled for a long time before finally letting out a bitter sigh. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little fairy doctor. Under the disbelieving gazes of the Fang clan members, he bowed respectfully to the little fairy doctor. At the same time, he apologized word by word. Being treated in such a manner, the little fairy doctor almost could not recover her senses. She hurriedly looked at Xiao Yang beside her. Seeing the latter nod his head, she quickly followed suit and nodded gently, accepting Fang Kai's apology. Only at this moment did Fang Kai's face tensed up. He tried his best to calm the emotions in his heart. After which, he looked at Xiao Yang and said in a somewhat suppressed tone, "Mr. Xiao Yang, is it all right now?" Hearing this, the latter nodded his head. He did not care about the expressions on the faces of the three elders. He pulled the little fairy doctor beside him and turned around to walk towards the courtyard. Chapter 1186. In the courtyard outside of the guest hall, which had already turned into ruins, Xiao Yang led the little fairy doctor and slowly walked to the side of the unconscious Fang Jitsung who was lying flat on the ground in the courtyard. The two of them revealed a surprised expression the moment they saw Fang Jitsung. Xiao Yang hurriedly squatted down and grabbed Fang Jitsung's wrist without any hesitation. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately entered Fang Jitsung's body. It swiftly helped him check the condition of his body. On the side, the fairy doctor also squatted down. Just as her hand was about to reach for Fang Jitsung's other wrist, she was stopped by Xiao Yang. "Be careful, the poison in his body has completely erupted. Even my soul power can't withstand it. If you act so carelessly, you will definitely be injured by the poison." The fairy doctor was startled when Xiao Yang stopped her. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, she withdrew her slender hand with lingering fear. Even though she possessed the woeful poison body, since even Xiao Yang had intervened to stop her, it was sufficient to indicate just how fierce the poison within Fang Jitsung's body was. Once the little fairy doctor carelessly transferred her spiritual strength into Fang Jitsung's body, it was likely that even the little fairy doctor would suffer serious injuries under the fierce energy attack of the poison. This was not something that Xiao Yang wished to see. But the poison in his body, after hesitating for a moment, the fairy doctor frowned. Just as the words left her mouth, she was stopped by Xiao Yang's stern gaze. "Leave everything to me. You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much. Just take care of yourself." Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of irresistible majesty. The fairy doctor immediately pouted cutely and timidly retreated. When Xiao Yang saw the cute look on the fairy doctor's face, although there was no change in his expression, his old face could not help but heat up when he turned his head. Xiao Yang inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself down. After which, he turned his gaze around and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. At the same time that his gaze landed on Fang Jitsung, his thoughts also turned back. After a brief but swift investigation, Xiao Yang was surprised to discover that the poison within Fang Jitsung's body, which had been suppressed by quite a lot, had actually swelled wildly for no reason. The poison in Fang Jitsung's 4 limbs, which had been expelled by Xiao Yang's heavenly flame, was once again invaded by the poison at this moment. Moreover, from the looks of it, the explosive strength and spreading speed of this poison seemed to have become even more terrifying. In just a moment, the degree of the poison's dispersion had even exceeded the scene when Xiao Yang examined Fang Jitsung a few days ago. Such a strange spreading speed, even Xiao Yang was surprised and suspicious. How could this be? How did the poison become so fierce all of a sudden? Xiao Yang quietly said in his heart. When Xiao Yang pulled up Fang Jitsung's sleeves, he saw that the latter's originally white arm had actually gradually turned black and green. There were even some small black lines that could be seen on some parts of his arm. Those were the proof that the poison had spread to his skin. Oh no, this poison is spreading so fast. Sensing that something was not right, Xiao Yang hurriedly withdrew his hand. He placed 2 of his fingers together and shook them gently. A pale green-colored flame seedling immediately surfaced. Without having the time to explain, Xiao Yang swiftly pressed his finger on the joint of Fang Jitsung's wrist in front of the various gazes of the surrounding people. Following this, it was his elbow, arm, and even the chi paths and important acupuncture points all over his body. When Xiao Yang finally withdrew his palm and examined Fang Jitsung again, the speed of the poison spreading in Fang Jitsung's body slowed down a little. But even so, if Fang Jitsung was not treated, he believed that in less than a night, Fang Jitsung would still lose his life because of this. What's going on? It has only been half a month since I suppressed the poison in Jitsung's body. How could it break out again, and the speed of its spread is? Being Fang Jitsung's father, Fang Kai hurriedly stepped forward to check the condition of Fang Jitsung's body when Xiao Yang acted to control the spread of the poison in Fang Jitsung's body. Soon after, however, even his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, he would help Fang Jitsung suppress the poison in his body once every month in order to control the spread of the poison. However, only over 10 days had passed since the last time he acted and the poison in Fang Jitsung's body had actually completely erupted. This was a result that he had never expected. Immediately, Fang Kai hurriedly mobilized the Genesis Chi in the cyclone in his body. Vigorous power quickly gathered in his palm, and he was about to suppress the poison in his son's body again. After all, no matter what means Xiao Yang had, Fang Jitsung was his son, and he had to ensure that nothing would happen to Fang Jitsung because of the poison. At least before Xiao Yang really removed the poison, he would not allow the poison to spread again. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better not do this. However, Just as Fang Kai was about to act, Xiao Yang suddenly lifted his eyes and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Fang Kai's brows immediately scrunched together. But the poison in Jitsung's body has completely broken out. If we don't suppress it now, once the poison gets out of control again, it will be even more. If you really do that, then even I will not be able to save him. Before the words from Fang Kai's mouth sounded, Xiao Yang interrupted him with a sentence. Fang Kai's heart tightened, and the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi gathered in his palm quietly dissipated after a moment of struggle and hesitation. He did not dare to not save his son, but he also did not want to gamble with Fang Jitsung's life. Although he was extremely unwilling, he also understood that this endless method of suppression had continued for too long. Even if this continued, there would come a day when he would not be able to save his son. During the process of suppressing the poison, Fang Kai could clearly feel that the poison's power had grown stronger, and it was not a solution to continue suppressing it for a long time. Perhaps Xiao Yang's intervention had pointed out a way for Fang Jitsung to survive. After stopping Fang Kai's actions, Xiao Yang let out a long sigh as he muttered inwardly, "This is troublesome." Before this, even he did not expect the poison's power to be suppressed. If not, the process of expelling the poison would not have been so easy. From the current situation, the poison's power was clearly much more powerful than he had expected. Although it was somewhat strenuous, it was still within Xiao Yang's tolerance range compared to the woeful poison body. However, there was one thing that Xiao Yang could not understand. Why did the poison in Fang Jitsung's body suddenly act up? Chapter 1187. After temporarily suppressing the spread of the poison in Fang Jitsung's body, Xiao Yang had to prepare to officially remove the poison from Fang Jitsung's body. With the help of the heavenly fire and some special methods, he temporarily suppressed a portion of the vital channels in Fang Jitsung's body to slow down the spread of the poison. Although the effect was obvious, no matter how slow it was, the poison was still spreading. If it couldn't be completely removed, the poison would come back again as long as it was left behind. The reason why Xiao Yang stopped Fang Kai's actions just now was because he discovered a major characteristic of the poison. These poisons appeared to possess an extremely strong adaptability. Not only were they able to swiftly adapt to the condition of the host's body, but they were also able to absorb the host's own cultivation. They were even unceremonious to an external strength. Even the monster-like poison that Xiao Yang had injected into Fang Jitsung's body earlier had developed an interest in his spiritual strength. This thing appeared to possess an extremely stubborn desire to swallow all kinds of energy. It was not something that could be naturally produced. From this, Xiao Yang was even more certain of the guess in his heart. This poison was likely created by a certain vicious person. This person was likely not an ordinary strong person to be able to create a poison of this grade. At the very least, the person who could create such a poison had an extraordinary understanding of poison. After that, in order to allow Xiao Yang to focus on removing the poison from Fang Jitsung, Fang Kai specially arranged an independent courtyard for Xiao Yang. Even the people who could enter the house were strictly restricted. Other than Xiao Yang and Fang Kai, Luo Jin and the rest were insisted to stay outside. Even the 3 elders of the Fang family were not allowed to enter the house. Although the 3 old fellows had previously said that they had stripped Fang Kai of his position as the clan head, that was after all just putting on a show for Xiao Yang to see. Since there was no need to do so at this moment, the 3 old fellows were naturally much more respectful and cautious of Fang Kai as the few of them spoke. However, perhaps it was because Fang Kai had once attacked them earlier, but it resulted in them carrying a kind of strange awkwardness regardless of whether they spoke or did things. As for Luo Jin and the rest, although they were worried about Xiao Yang being alone inside, they could only stop at the door under Fang Kai's insistence. Of course, this was after Xiao Yang agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stopped so easily. Inside the house, Xiao Yang checked Fang Jitsung's body again. After making sure that he didn't miss out any details, he controlled the strange fire. Just like the previous time, he used the strange fire to envelop Fang Jitsung's entire body. The process of removing the poison officially began. Although the method used to remove the poison was similar for both times, the poison that Xiao Yang was facing this time around was even more powerful and overbearing. Hence, it caused the entire process to become much slower. In order to completely remove the poison within Fang Jitsung's body, Xiao Yang had caused his own spiritual strength to be affected during the process of controlling the heavenly flame to fight the poison. A small amount of damage was nothing. However, what he didn't know was that every time his spiritual energy was slightly damaged, the poison would take the opportunity to surge up. Even if the strange fire blocked almost all of it, there would still be an extremely small amount of poison that was difficult to detect that would invade Xiao Yang's spiritual energy. Under the protection of his spiritual energy and the strange fire, the poison would safely enter his body. The entire process of Xiao Yang removing the poison from Fang Jitsung's body lasted for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, the poison in Fang Jitsung's body was finally completely removed under the refining of Xiao Yang's strange fire. Fang Jitsung's body, which looked like a dying person 3 days ago, had finally returned to normal. Following the disappearance of the poison, Fang Jitsung's fat body had unknowingly become much smaller. His entire person looked even more handsome. It was a pity that he was still in a deep sleep on the bed. As for Fang Kai, in order not to disturb Xiao Yang, and also for his son's sake, he had already left the room a day ago. He was quietly waiting for Xiao Yang's good news. After a day of waiting, he personally sensed that the poison in Fang Jitsung's body was decreasing. First, it was the skin, then the meridians and bones, followed by the internal organs. Everything proved that Fang Jitsung was about to return to normal. As a father, how could he not be excited? But it was also because of this that he had left the room early to ensure that nothing went wrong during the entire process. Today, the poison in Fang Jitsung's body was finally completely removed. However, along with Fang Jitsung's relief, Xiao Yang's body was in trouble again. The Genesis Qi in Xiao Yang's body had been greatly depleted over the past 3 days. At this moment, there was less than 20% of Genesis Qi left in his cyclone. In order to prevent the poison from returning, Xiao Yang had gone all out this time. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like raindrops. Her originally rosy lips were now ghastly white. Her face also carried a trace of exhaustion. Her eyelids were currently so heavy that they were like rolling stones that were about to close. 3 days of refining and expelling the poison was not considered a long time. Although he had exhausted a large amount of Genesis Qi, logically speaking, he should not have ended up in such a state. However, Xiao Yang's originally clear mind had become a little absent-minded at this moment. What's going on? Xiao Yang could not help but cry out in bewilderment when he sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled himself together and began to circulate the little remaining Genesis Qi in his body. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yang was shocked to discover that a cluster of black poison the size of a fist had unknowingly appeared within his Qi vortex. It occupied all the important Qi paths, completely sealing off all the routes that Xiao Yang could use his Genesis Qi to move. However, before Xiao Yang could do anything else, a pair of heavy eyelids slowly fell and his body collapsed onto the floor of the room. Meanwhile, Luo Jin and the rest were still patiently waiting outside the door. Luo Jin and Bai Hua would occasionally glance at the icy gazes of the Fang clan members that had shot in from outside the courtyard, before casually glancing at them and ignoring them. Ever since Xiao Yang had requested for Fang Kai to apologize to the little fairy doctor, these people from the Fang clan had used this kind of hostile gaze to look at them. If it were not for Fang Kai's orders, it was likely that these people would have been unable to resist barging in. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was standing in front of the door with her brows slightly furrowed. Ever since Xiao Yang had forbidden her from touching Fang Jitsung's wrist, she had a vague premonition in her heart that something bad was about to happen. As time passed, this premonition grew stronger and stronger until today. Bang! Although the movement within the room was not loud and even Luo Jin and the others did not hear it clearly, it still landed in the ears of the little fairy doctor, who had been staring at the door. Immediately, the expression on the latter's pretty face abruptly changed. Without thinking much, her lovely body pounced forward and pushed the door open. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked into the room. Soon after, she saw the unconscious Xiao Yang lying on the ground. Chapter 1188. Xiao Yang. When she saw Xiao Yang lying on the ground, the expression on the fairy doctor's face changed drastically. She cried out in alarm, alerting the other people in the courtyard. At the same time, She hurriedly rushed to Xiao Yang's side and helped the latter up. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with worry quickly swept across Xiao Yang's body. When she saw his ashen face, the fairy doctor's heart immediately jumped. With her understanding of poisons, she could naturally tell that Xiao Yang had clearly been poisoned by some kind of extremely dangerous poison. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiao Yang? Soon after, Luo Jin and the rest, who had run in one after another, arrived at Xiao Yang's side. The group of people surrounded Xiao Yang and the fairy doctor. Luo Jin and Bai Hua quickly squatted down and held Xiao Yang's wrist with one hand. After a round of examination, the two people's faces changed. He's actually poisoned. How can this be? It's clearly to remove the poison. How can this poison harm him instead? Moreover, Xiao Yang has the heavenly flame protecting his body. How can this poison? There's no other way. The person who created this poison has a much higher cultivation than Xiao Yang. Although Xiao Yang has the heavenly flame protecting his body and can remove most of the poison in his body has clearly been specially refined by its original owner. It contains a portion of the original owner's strength. Unless Xiao Yang's strength is even stronger, he won't be able to use the heavenly flame to completely refine this poison. Otherwise, we can only find the original antidote for this poison. Just when Luo Jin and the rest were shocked that Xiao Yang had actually been poisoned, the fairy doctor immediately gave her opinion. At the end of her words, the fairy doctor seemed to want to say something more. However, when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back down. When the few people heard the fairy doctor's words, their faces could not help but slightly change. This poison was a little too sinister. Xiao Yang had saved others, but in the end, he had harmed himself. As long as it was not neutralized with the antidote, this poison would take one's life no matter what. Mr. Xiao Yang, how is it? Is the poison in Tsong Er's body cured? Soon, Fang Kai's almost uncontrollable voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone present could imagine the excitement on Fang Kai's face just from that voice alone. Since his son was saved, Fang Kai could not help but feel relieved. It was normal for him to have a smile on his face. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Luo Jin and the others in a circle. His expression froze, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Tsong Er. Although Fang Kai saw Xiao Yang, who was currently being placed in the fairy doctor's embrace, he merely glanced at him hurriedly. After which, he hurriedly came to his son's side and softly called out. After which, he grabbed Fang Jitsong's wrist with one hand and began to check with a worried expression. Don't worry, he is fine now, the little fairy doctor's indifferent voice came from behind. Fang Kai tilted his head slightly and glanced at the little fairy doctor from the corner of his eyes. He was surprised by the former's courage. Although he had to apologize to the little fairy doctor to protect Fang Jitsong that day, it did not mean that the little fairy doctor could be arrogant in front of him from now on. He believed that the little girl who spoke at this time understood this point. However, even so, she could still say such words in such a tone, which inevitably made Fang Kai a little surprised. Fortunately, what the little fairy doctor said was not a lie. After a round of examination, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had been completely removed. Although he was still in a coma, it was only because the latter's body had been under the influence of the poison for a long time and was still resting. It was believed that Fang Jitsong would wake up soon. However, Fang Jitsong was fine now, but Xiao Yang, what happened to Mr. Xiao Yang here? After confirming that his son was fine, Fang Kai's gaze fell on Xiao Yang, who was lying in the little fairy doctor's arms, and asked in a surprised tone. To be honest, he did not know what had happened to Xiao Yang at this moment. He had only rushed over after noticing the movement here. He had been thinking about his son in his heart and did not have the mood to care about Xiao Yang. Moreover, Xiao Yang had the protection of the heavenly flame. He did not think that anything would happen to Xiao Yang after saving his son. He was poisoned. Bai Hua gently put down Xiao Yang's cold hand, turned her head, and looked coldly at Fang Kai as she slowly said, "Poisoned? Didn't he have the heavenly flame protection? How did he get poisoned? I also want to know what's going on with this poison, why it was transferred to his body, and who created this poison. Lan Yi said that your son was poisoned in the forest, but magical beasts definitely don't have this kind of strange poison. The one that poisoned your son is definitely not an ordinary magical beast. What's going on? Bai Hua said in a cold voice as she stood up and walked towards Fang Kai in a domineering manner. There was not the slightest trace of respect in her eyes. This guy, Fang Kai did not display the dignity of an expert when he saw Bai Hua approach. Instead, he was surprised. Just who were these people in front of him? Why were they acting so domineering today? They were just a group of Origin Transformation juniors, yet they dared to face him, an expert at the Origin King Realm, in such a manner. Were they not afraid of death or something? You're just a late Origin Transformation expert. You actually dare to question me? The muscles on Fang Kai's face twitched as he felt that his high status as an Origin King expert had been challenged. He immediately let out a low shout as he stood up. The moment he stepped forward, a sharp and domineering aura instantly swept out and easily forced Bai Hua back. Brat, remember your own status when you talk back to someone else next time. Fang Kai's sharp gaze was fixed on Bai Hua. His expression was dignified. Status? In the end, you're just a Origin King. Just how high of a status do you think you have? However, at this moment, Luo Jin actually took a step forward from behind Bai Hua. He supported Bai Hua, who had been forced back by Fang Kai's presence. At the same time, his indifferent gaze landed on Fang Kai's body. Upon hearing Luo Jin's words, Fang Kai's old face twitched again. The two of them in front of him were basically nameless juniors. How could their words be so overbearing and arrogant? Could it be that they really had the backing of some super force? Fang Kai involuntarily became suspicious when he thought until this point. Indeed, for a group like this, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yang or Ju Tai who was leading it, both of them were existences with extremely special identities. One of them controlled the most overbearing strength in the world while the other was a subordinate of the #1 superfaction in the continent. He had reason to believe that the other people around Xiao Yang were definitely not ordinary people. However, even with that being the case, Fang Kai was still unwilling to accept this. He was a mighty Origin King after all, yet he was treated like this by two Origin Transformation brats. If news of this spread, he would become the laughingstock of others. The prestige he had established in the Fang family would collapse as well. However, just when Fang Kai was about to speak again, enough. All of you, get out. Chapter 1189. Being reprimanded by the fairy doctor in front of everyone once again, logically speaking, Fang Kai should have retorted and pressured her. However, when he saw the fairy doctor's eyes that seemed to want to devour someone, even with his mental state, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He opened his mouth but in the end, he did not say anything and walked out first. Just as Fang Kai was about to step out of the room, he was stopped by the fairy doctor once again. The suppressed anger in his heart had just gathered when he saw the fairy doctor pointing at Fang Jitsong who was lying flat on the boat. Fang Kai clenched his teeth and turned back. He carried Fang Jitsong from the bed and then turned to walk out of the door. Little girl, listen carefully. The reason why I did not reprimand you is because Xiao Yang saved my son. I can also understand your feelings now. However, if there is a next time, then don't blame me, let's go. The fairy doctor's back was facing Fang Kai. Just one word caused Fang Kai's face to instantly become gloomy. He stared at the fairy doctor with some mild anger. In the end, Fang Kai did not say anything. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the door. After that, Luo Jin and Bai Hua bent over and lifted the unconscious Xiao Yang and placed him on the bed. Only then did they walk out of the room with Ju Tai and the rest and once again returned to the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, only the unconscious Xiao Yang and the fairy doctor were left in the room. The fairy doctor's gentle and beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of heartache. Looking at Xiao Yang, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose face had already become pale, the fairy doctor's heart could not bear to see him like this. She gently lifted her sleeves and wiped away the beads of sweat on Xiao Yang's forehead. After that, she stretched out her hands and tightly grasped Xiao Yang's wide and fair hands. Compared to Xiao Yang's two soft hands, it was like comparing an adult and a child. Her beautiful eyes carefully sized up the familiar face that was close at hand. The fairy doctor's heart could not help but recall the words that Xiao Yang had said to her not long ago. "You are my responsibility," the little fairy doctor could not help but mutter softly. It was unknown if Xiao Yang had sensed something or if it was due to the spreading of the poison in his body, but the muscles between his brows trembled slightly. The little fairy doctor immediately recovered. She knew that now was not the time to reminisce about the past. Only then did she swiftly spread out her spiritual strength and poured it into Xiao Yang's body. She quickly investigated the situation within Xiao Yang's body. In a short period of time, the poison in Xiao Yang's body had already occupied the center of the cyclone. Xiao Yang was unable to mobilize the Genesis Qi in his body, and the heavenly flame had also lost its ability to counterattack. At this very moment, the poison was spreading deeper into the meridians in Xiao Yang's body. When the little fairy doctor attempted to use her Do Qi to block the poison, she helplessly discovered that the poison did not fear her Do Qi. This point was just as Xiao Yang had said. Her current cultivation was really insufficient. She was unable to unleash any strength if she wanted to use it to deal with this strange poison. The poison could even absorb Genesis Qi, let alone Do Qi. Since she was unable to control the poison, the little fairy doctor decided to give up on the idea of refining it from Xiao Yang's body. Instead, she changed her strategy and used her Do Qi to guide the poison. Strand after strand of poison followed Xiao Yang's meridians all the way to his palm, before flowing into his body through the meridians in the little fairy doctor's palm. As the owner of the woeful poison body, the little fairy doctor naturally did not need to worry about the poison doing anything to her. She could continuously guide and absorb the poison, and not only would it not cause any harm to her body, she would even be able to utilize the poison and convert it into her own power, allowing her to swiftly cultivate in a manner that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. The most frightening thing was that this cultivation method would not bring any negative effects to the little fairy doctor's body. However, although the little fairy doctor had tried her best to guide the poison in Xiao Yang's body into her own through his veins, the effect of this method was limited. The little fairy doctor was fine with absorbing and refining strand by strand. However, the speed at which the poison in Xiao Yang's body was growing and spreading was much faster than this. Regardless of how the little fairy doctor guided it, the effect she obtained was at most half of the speed at which the poison was spreading. In contrast, the poison was not only unaffected by the little fairy doctor's guidance, it had already occupied several important meridians in Xiao Yang's body, causing the poison to spread at a much faster rate. Even the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body was almost completely absorbed by the poison. Once the Genesis Qi was completely absorbed, it would be time for Xiao Yang's body and spirit to be devoured. When that happened, the little fairy doctor would be powerless to reverse the situation even if she used all her methods. The little fairy doctor also quickly discovered this point. However, she was also helpless in this kind of situation. Currently, she had already done her best to use all of the qi paths in Xiao Yang's body that she could use to guide out the poison. Even though this was the case, the effect that she had obtained was still minuscule. If she had to find a solution. Meanwhile, another force was quietly gathering in the depths of Xiao Yang's body. Once the poison in Xiao Yang's body spread to a point where the little fairy doctor could no longer control it, this force would immediately take effect. Woeful poison body, activate. Following the low cry from the little fairy doctor's mouth, numerous purple-black mysterious lines rapidly spread out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her beautiful black hair also turned snow-white in the blink of an eye. A purple light surged into her eyes. At the same time, the speed at which she absorbed the poison suddenly increased explosively. Even so, the little fairy doctor's absorption speed and effectiveness was at most proportional to the speed at which the poison spread in Xiao Yang's body. It's still not enough. Her beautiful eyes flickered faintly. The little fairy doctor's heart was filled with a myriad of complicated emotions. Her red lips parted slightly, but she was hesitant. Even if she had temporarily delayed the poison's spread, it was ultimately not a solution. If she wanted to completely prevent Xiao Yang's meridians and bones from being harmed by the poison, she would need to completely change the direction and strength of the poison's spread. However, to do so, she would need an even greater force to support it. At the same time, the speed at which she guided the poison out of Xiao Yang's body would need to be faster and more thorough. There was only one way to do this. After struggling for a while, the little fairy doctor finally released her slender hand that was tightly holding onto Xiao Yang's palm. At the same time, a crimson color surged onto her pretty face. Her delicate body trembled as she bent down. Her soft red lips timidly and longingly gently touched Xiao Yang's lips. Their lips and teeth melded together and their saliva flowed. The poison in Xiao Yang's body was thus guided into the little fairy doctor's body. Chapter 1190. Another 3 days passed. When the little fairy doctor came out of the room, everyone could only see her pretty face, which was suffused with a red glow. Her pair of pretty eyes were somewhat absent-minded and her black hair appeared a little messy. Luo Jin and the others were curious when they saw this, but they also seemed to have discovered something. They exchanged glances with one another and simply inquired about Xiao Yang's condition. However, they did not ask what exactly had happened. Soon after, the group entered the room and saw Xiao Yang sitting on the bed to recover his Genesis Qi. Sensing these people, Xiao Yang's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze made contact with Luo Jin and Bai Hua for an instant. Feeling the strangeness in their eyes, Xiao Yang could not help but open his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing this, Luo Jin slowly stepped forward. He raised his hand and gently patted the former's shoulder. Concerned, he asked a few questions about the condition of Xiao Yang's body. After learning that the poison in Xiao Yang's body had been completely resolved, Luo Jin, Bai Hua, and the others finally relaxed. 4 hours later, Xiao Yang's group, Fang Kai, and the other higher-ups of the Fang clan were all standing in a large hall of the Fang clan. At the same time, Fang Jitsong, who had recovered, was also present. Fang Jitsong thanks Mr. Xiao Yang for saving my life. Although Fang Jitsong's consciousness had been unclear for the past few years, he still had a deep memory of everything that had happened. Xiao Yang had helped him twice. Although he was unconscious at the time, he still knew everything that had happened. Although Xiao Yang did not like Fang Kai's character, Fang Jitsong's actions did not make him feel repulsed. In response to Fang Jitsong's respectful and sincere thanks, Xiao Yang smiled and nodded. As he stood up, he helped Fang Jitsong up. Young Master Fang is too polite. Since I promised your father, I will naturally do my best to save your life. Now that you are safe and sound, I can rest assured. After removing the poison from his body, Fang Jitsong's entire appearance had changed drastically. His originally bloated body had now slimmed down by more than 2 times. Even his lax eyes had become bright and sharp. His manner of speech and actions also displayed the demeanor of a great person. Compared to the Fang Jitsong that Xiao Yang's group had met a few days ago, the person in front of them was like a completely different person. Earlier, I heard that Mr. Xiao Yang had poisoned himself because of me. I really feel guilty in my heart. Originally, I wanted to go and visit you, but I was stopped by these few friends of yours at the door. In the hall, the two of them faced each other. Fang Jitsong spoke with an apologetic face. At the same time, his gaze also glanced at Luo Jin and the others by the side. The few of them sensed his gaze and gathered their gazes on Xiao Yang. From the looks of it, it appeared that they had thrown the problem to Xiao Yang. Haha, thanks to young Master Fang's concern, I am fine now. Seeing that Luo Jin and the others had actually displayed an appearance as though nothing had happened and had thrown the matter to him, Xiao Yang immediately smiled bitterly in his heart. He accompanied Fang Jitsong in a smile. At the same time his words sounded, the corner of his eyes involuntarily glanced toward the little fairy doctor by his side. When the little fairy doctor heard Xiao Yang's words at this time, she couldn't help but think of what happened between her and Xiao Yang in the room in the past 3 days. Her cheeks, which were still indifferent a moment ago, flushed in the blink of an eye. Haha, it's good that Mr. Xiao Yang is fine. Here, these are the medicinal materials that you asked me to collect before. I have asked someone to put them in the storage ring for you. At this time, Fang Kai, who was sitting in the first seat, laughed and waved his hand gently. Then, a clan member respectfully walked to Xiao Yang with a tray. There was a storage ring on the tray, and the medicinal materials that Xiao Yang needed were in it. Xiao Yang took the storage ring with one hand and checked it casually. After confirming that the medicinal materials in it were correct, he cupped his hands and said to Fang Kai, "In this case, thank you family head Fang. Now that young Master Fang's problem has been solved, I think it's time for us to leave. As Xiao Yang said, Luo Jin and others behind him also stood up and faced Fang Kai. They had been prepared to leave the Fang family for a long time, but they didn't expect that so many things would happen during this time. Now it was finally time to leave. Of course, they didn't hesitate. Oh, so soon? Mr. Xiao Yang and his group have just arrived in the southernmost land and have helped the Fang family so much. I haven't been a good host and you are leaving? Hearing Xiao Yang's words, even Fang Kai couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xiao Yang didn't do anything on this trip to the Fang family except to help Fang Jitsung detoxify. The only request he made was to take out 30 sets of medicinal materials for refining the breakthrough pill from the Fang family's inventory. This was nothing to the Fang family. They thought that now that the poison in Xiao Yang's body had been removed, he might ask for more things. They didn't expect that he would leave in a blink of an eye. We appreciate family head Fang's kindness, but we still have something to do, so it's inconvenient for us to stay. If there is another chance, we will definitely come back as guests. Hearing this, Xiao Yang smiled politely. His words were completely polite, but they caused a burst of sneer in the ears of the people who heard it. It was really hard for people to take these words that were meant to coax a child seriously. Hihi, that's good. We will meet again if fate allows it. I just don't know why Mr. Xiao Yang rushed to the southernmost land in such a hurry. Oh, I'm just curious. You don't have to take it to heart. Fang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately asked again. Burning Flame Valley. I heard that there is going to be a sect competition there. We just want to join in the fun and take a look. After a slight hesitation, Xiao Yang said lightly. When Fang Kai heard this, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Even Fang Jitsung, who was beside him, looked at Xiao Yang with some surprise. Oh, so it's like this. That's right. In recent years, there have been many people watching the sect competition. There are even many people who have the chance to fight at the end of the sect competition. The winner can even get a reward from the sect. This has indeed attracted many younger disciples for the sect. Fang Kai seemed to understand this very well. Xiao Yang didn't think too much about it. After saying a few more words, he led Luo Jin and the others out of the hall. Behind them, Fang Jitsung hurriedly followed and wanted to send Xiao Yang and the others out of the door. When Xiao Yang's front foot stepped out of the hall, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Fang Kai, who was still sitting in his seat. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, Oh right, family head Fang, don't forget that you promised me. You still owe me a favor. After saying this, Xiao Yang didn't pay much attention to Fang Kai, whose face had changed. He took a step forward and the group walked out of the Fang family along the way they came. Chapter 1191. Xiao Yang's group was currently walking out of the Fang residence. Fang Jitsung swiftly followed behind. Although Fang Jitsung was somewhat touched by Xiao Yang's earlier words, he did not think too much about it. On the other hand, Fang Jitsung was rather interested in the matter of heading to the Burning Flame Valley that Xiao Yang had mentioned. To think that Mr. Xiao Yang is also here for the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. After catching up, Fang Jitsung glanced at the little fairy doctor beside Xiao Yang. Her extraordinary aura was indeed very eye-catching. However, he could only take a look. Yes, the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley can be considered a grand event in the extreme south. I already knew about it before coming here and naturally should go and take a look. Xiao Yang softly chuckled. His expression was serious, as if his words were true. Could it be that Mr. Xiao Yang is planning to join the Burning Flame Valley? Xiao Yang possessed fire attribute Genesis Qi. In addition, he possessed a natural power like a heavenly flame. Once he joined the Burning Flame Valley, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. This would undoubtedly bring endless benefits to an ordinary person. Fang Jitsung immediately thought of this point when he heard that Xiao Yang was heading to the Burning Flame Valley. Ah, you can say that. In this regard, Xiao Yang paused for a moment before replying vaguely. If that is the case, my Fang clan may be able to help. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a faint smile immediately appeared on Fang Jitsung's face. Xiao Yang's footsteps paused slightly as he turned his head to look at the latter. To be honest, my Fang clan is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Yang's group immediately understood when Fang Jitsung's words were said. No wonder he would ask such a strange question. So it was because of this. Since the Fang clan was a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley, if Xiao Yang really joined the Burning Flame Valley, his position in the faction would definitely not be low in the future. It would not be too late to pull their relationship closer to him at this moment. Along the way, Fang Jitsung told Xiao Yang about the relationship between his family and the Burning Flame Valley. According to Fang Jitsung, the Fang family had joined the Burning Flame Valley 3 years ago. Before that, the Fang family had not joined any other faction. Similarly, Fang Jitsung had not been poisoned. The reason why Fang Kai joined the Burning Flame Valley was because no one could cure him after he was poisoned. Even if he found the Alchemist Alliance, they did not have a complete solution. Among the 3 sects of the southern region, the only one that could be trusted was the Burning Flame Valley. In order for the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master to help Fang Jitsung, Fang Kai took the initiative to join the Burning Flame Valley. Although he was ultimately unable to remove the poison in Fang Jitsung's body, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley promised Fang Kai that he would wait for another 3 years. After 3 years, there would definitely be a way to remove the poison from Fang Jitsung's body. However, now that the deadline was approaching, who would have thought that the people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect would suddenly arrive? If not for Xiao Yang's timely arrival, the Fang family would have already become a part of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Among all the information that Xiao Yang had heard, the most shocking thing was that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was actually a super expert whose cultivation had already reached the Origin Ancestor realm. Who would have thought that even such an expert was unable to remove the poison in Fang Jitsung's body? After explaining along the way, Fang Jitsung ultimately sent Xiao Yang's group out of the house. After both parties smiled and said goodbye, the group headed east. According to Fang Jitsung, the location of his Fang family was not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. With the speed of Xiao Yang's group, it would take them at most 2 days to reach the Burning Flame Valley. Calculating the time, there were still 5 days before the Burning Flame Valley's intersect grand competition, which was more than enough time. To think that the Fang family is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Looks like we have to be more careful when heading to the Burning Flame Valley this time. After seeing the actions of the people from the Fang family, Xiao Yang's group immediately became fearful of the so-called Burning Flame Valley. After all, the Fang family had already made them so restless, not to mention the Burning Flame Valley, whose strength was many times greater than the Fang family. The Burning Flame Valley was located in a mountain range called the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range in the extreme south. The Scarlet Flame Mountain Range was once the most vast and barren mountain range in the extreme south. Almost no one lived there, and even ordinary magical beasts would not choose to live there. The endless Scarlet Red Mountain Range was like a burning land that extended outwards. The sun shone down and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The originally blue sky was dyed a fiery red by the scarlet red light. The temperature in the air was simply unbearable for ordinary people, and all plants were destined to be unable to survive in this place. As far as the eye could see, not only were there no plants in the entire barren mountain range, there were not even any branches or leaves of basswood. When the strong wind blew, all the leaves and flowers that flew over from the mountain forest in the distance would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. The water vapor contained within the plants would evaporate in the blink of an eye, to the extent that even breathing would become extremely difficult. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the loneliness of the mountain range. They could even see countless rivers of magma that flowed slowly. The scorching high temperature burned the land into a sparkling scarlet color. This place was simply like a wasteland that had been abandoned by the continent. It was likely that no one would be willing to stay here. However, at this very moment, Xiao Yang's group of 7 had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. This is the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? It's really like what Fang Jitsung said. This is simply not a place where humans can live. Although they were far away, the group of people had already felt the hot air from the air. The clothes of the few of them had already been soaked in sweat. The long skirt that the fairy doctor wore was even more tightly clung to her delicate body. There was no doubt that her curvaceous figure was undoubtedly displayed, causing one's imagination to run wild. Xiao Yang turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. Immediately, an awkward expression could not help but appear on his face. Although the temperature here was not low, for Xiao Yang, who possessed the heavenly flame, he had long been accustomed to various kinds of heat and heat. To be honest, even after arriving here, he still did not feel any heat. However, at this moment, Luo Jin and the others' faces were already filled with impatience and suffering. Seeing this situation, Xiao Yang hurriedly took out a few fingernail-sized ice crystals from the storage ring and quickly handed them to everyone. Although these ice crystals looked ordinary, the moment they appeared, some fine ice fragments actually appeared out of thin air in the originally dry and hot air. Moreover, even the temperature of the small space where everyone was in actually instantly dropped. What is this? It can actually change the temperature here in an instant. Seeing this scene, even Luo Jin's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although he had seen many natural treasures and believed that his experience was not shallow, he had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Just a fingernail-sized piece was actually able to change the temperature of this place. This is extreme cold. Swoosh. Xiao Yang had just opened his mouth with a smile and was about to tell the few people in front of him what the thing in their hands was. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang's body was suddenly shocked. A bone-chilling chill instantly followed from his feet to the top of his head. Extreme fear actually caused his soul to instantly tremble. Immediately in the next moment, when Xiao Yang hurriedly turned around, a pair of dark red eyes that were filled with murderous intent collided with his line of sight. Chapter 1192. Buzz. The sudden appearance of a chilling killing intent caused Xiao Yang's entire body and soul to involuntarily tremble. The pair of pupils in his pitch-black eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. Especially when Xiao Yang directly met the pair of dark red eyes, he was even more able to feel the chilling and merciless killing intent. It was straightforward and callous, without any impurities. However, it was precisely because of this that it caused one to feel even more terrified. Both parties had yet to speak, but Xiao Yang was already certain that this person was definitely coming for them. It was only when Xiao Yang turned around that Luo Jin and the rest finally noticed the strange figure that had suddenly appeared on the distant barren mountain. A black cloak covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his true appearance from the outside. All they could see was a pair of dark red eyes. However, unlike Xiao Yang, Luo Jin and the rest did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from this person. In other words, this fellow was completely targeting Xiao Yang alone. What's going on? There was clearly no one there just a moment ago. Why did this fellow suddenly appear? One had to know that the group had already been at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame mountain range for close to 15 minutes. They were certain that during this time, no one had entered or exited before their eyes, nor had they sensed any aura. However, since that was the case, when did this fellow in front of them appear? Seeing Xiao Yang's deathly pale face, Luo Jin's heart instantly tightened. Since they did not feel any killing intent from the other party, and Xiao Yang had such a pale face at this moment, it meant that the other party's target was only Xiao Yang alone. May I know who you are, and why are you here? As he spoke, Luo Jin's body indiscernibly moved, shielding half of Xiao Yang's body behind him, while Baihua also blocked the other half of Xiao Yang's body. Get out of the way, I can only kill him alone. A cold and hoarse voice sounded out from under the black cloak. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in the indifferent voice, and the stranger's gaze never left Xiao Yang's face. At the same time, in the space in front of him, an extremely powerful energy began to gradually condense, transforming into a diamond-shaped spike in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin and the rest instantly became nervous. The little fairy doctor and the rest behind them also hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yang, each releasing the energy within their body in an attempt to block the stranger's attack for Xiao Yang. All of you, get out of the way. Xiao Yang, who was surrounded by a cold killing intent, finally managed to forcefully stabilize his originally trembling soul and body at this moment. He clenched his teeth and uttered these words. However, The few people in front of him were completely indifferent. "Get out of the way." Xiao Yang forcefully supported his body. At the same time that he let out a low cry, the fierce heavenly flame also began to burn violently on the surface of his body. An invisible strength immediately swept over. The searing high temperature also completely wiped away the fear within Xiao Yang's heart. Sensing that his presence had been broken through, the black-cloaked man could not help but gently exclaim, as if he had never thought that a returnant's brat would be able to break through his pressure. However, when he saw the heavenly flames on Xiao Yang's body, he immediately understood his surprise. That's it. Even if it was a heavenly flame, it was still unable to cause much of an emotional fluctuation in the heart of the black-robed man. The hoarse and cold voice once again spat out. A pair of dark red eyes slightly focused, and the energy spike in front of him immediately shot out. Swish. The sharp sound of rushing wind appeared for an instant before the empty space in front of the sharp spike suddenly collapsed. At the same time, it turned into an endless empty space. The entire world began to distort. After reaching a certain critical point, the already shattered empty space began to distort and tear apart an even larger area of the sky. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure easily broke apart everyone in front of Xiao Yang. The powerful force directly targeted Xiao Yang. During this entire process, the black-robed man did not even raise his head to look. Instead, after the energy spike shot out, he turned his gaze back. His eyes revealed a hint of fear as he looked towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame mountain range, before preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, there was no longer any activity from Xiao Yang in the distance. The sound of a body being penetrated that he should have heard did not appear. This caused him to be extremely surprised. Turning his head to look, he saw that the place where Xiao Yang was originally standing was actually empty. Instead, a hill in the distance had been blasted into a deep pit by the force. Seeing this scene, the black-cloaked man immediately frowned. He did not think that with that brat's strength, he would be able to dodge his attack. But since that was the case, what was going on right now? 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. An earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded out from behind the black-cloaked man. Xiao Yang's figure scuttled out from a pitch-black tent, holding a giant ruler in his hand, flames curling around it. In the blink of an eye, the graceful ruler light had already stood between heaven and earth, as though it wanted to split the heavens and earth, and directly descended towards the black-cloaked man. The graceful ruler light closed in on the black-cloaked man in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to land on his body, the black-cloaked man unhurriedly turned his head, allowing the graceful ruler light above his head to descend. He only gently raised a finger, and a light flickered at the tip of his finger. Whoosh! There seemed to be a flash of lightning between heaven and earth. The huge amount of energy contained in the ruler light was instantly cut off. Then, with a boom, it exploded between heaven and earth. What? Seeing this shocking scene, Xiao Yang was instantly shocked. However, before he could do anything else, the black-cloaked man, who was included in the range of the energy explosion, suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised a hand and grabbed at Xiao Yang's head. The skinny palm quickly enlarged in Xiao Yang's eyes. Even though he had already done his best to condense a defense on the surface of his body, he still felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart in the face of the black-cloaked man's attack. He could only allow the palm in front of him to land on his head. Buzz! However, in the next moment, the scene from a few days ago appeared again in Xiao Yang's body. Shocking energy ripples swept out from Xiao Yang's body. The powerful pressure caused the black-cloaked man's expression to suddenly change. At the same time, an illusionary human figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang. A finger pressed against the palm of the black-robed person. A powerful force immediately erupted and penetrated the palm and forearm of the black-robed person. Soon after, the black-robed person's entire body was sent flying by this force that had suddenly appeared. Then, he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. It had an almost corporeal body and an extremely powerful aura. In particular, the face that Xiao Yang could not be more familiar with. The figure that suddenly appeared was Xiao Xian, who had been sleeping for a long time. Chapter 1193. The sudden change in the sky not only caused the mysterious black-robed man to be shocked, But even Luo Jin and the rest of the people were also shocked. What is that? It seems to be a soul. I think that guy should be the one hiding in Xiao Yang's body. A spirit body can actually possess such powerful strength. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw Xiao Xian blow the black-robed person away with a single strike. After all, even when they used their full strength to block the attack, they could not even block the shockwaves from the black-robed person's attack. However, the soul that had appeared before them was able to blow the black-robed person away in a single strike, which was more than enough to demonstrate his terrifying cultivation. I never thought that Xiao Yang would be acquainted with an expert like that. From the way the two of them fought, they're probably even stronger than Origin Kings. They're actually two Origin Kings. When Luo Jin's mouth emitted an exclamation of surprise, the expressions of Ju Tai and the others behind him also changed. Fortunately, from the way this expert in front of Xiao Yang had acted earlier, he was at least standing on their side. From the looks of it, their current situation could still be considered safe. Since he's taken action, I think we'll be fine this time, Luo Jin said. Now that both sides had an expert at Origin King, it would be difficult to determine the victor once they began fighting. Not to mention that they were currently within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If a battle between Origin Kings dragged on for too long, it would attract the attention of the Burning Flame Valley. It would be even more difficult for the mysterious black-robed person to deal with. The others all nodded in relief when they heard Luo Jin's words. However, they could not help but feel fear when they looked at the black-robed person. Although they were powerful even in the extreme south, they were still nowhere close to true experts of the upper echelons. In the eyes of Origin Kings, so-called Origin Transformation and Returnance experts like them were nothing. Origin King, at this moment, the black-robed man who had been sent flying by Xiao Xian's attack was also in the air. His injured right arm trembled slightly as he stared at Xiao Xian with his dark red eyes. His voice was still slightly shaken. Although the previous attack was sudden, it was enough for him to clearly see the strength of the person in front of him. A 5-star Source King was much stronger than him. In terms of cultivation alone, Xiao Xian could already suppress him, let alone now that he was injured. Most importantly, Xiao Xian did not possess a body right now. He was just a soul. If Xiao Xian recovered his body, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket once more. That way, the mysterious person would be even less of his opponent. Hey, little fellow, are you all right? Xiao Xian ignored the black-robed man and turned to face Xiao Yang with a smile. Ancestor Xiao Xian, you've recovered. Yeah, not only have I recovered, but my strength has also increased by quite a lot. Hey, the sea race sure has a lot of treasures. Why don't you go get some for me? Xiao Xian stopped worrying when he saw that Xiao Yang was fine. He grinned, but his tone was rather teasing. However, when Xiao Yang heard that, he could not help but become stunned. He cursed inside. In order to help Xiao Xian recover his soul, Hai Zhantian had taken out all the treasures of the sea race that could recover soul force without holding back at all. The 2C race probably still felt pained over this matter, yet Xiao Xian still dared to say something like that. Haha, alright, I'm just joking. Let's cut the crap and listen to what this friend has to say first, Xiao Xian laughed. Xiao Xian laughed out loud. He was naturally aware of Xiao Yang's thoughts. He knew that Xiao Yang would be embarrassed to look for the Sea Clan. Xiao Xian immediately turned around and the smile on his face was withdrawn. His dense gaze was like a sharp blade as it landed on the black-robed person. An invisible aura broke through empty space and cut off half of the black robe that covered his face. The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat, and his imposing aura gushed out. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Xian with fear. Who are you? Why did you attack him? Xiao Xian's face was calm, but his voice was chilling. At the same time, the mighty Genesis Chi in his body began to circulate. You don't need to know. The black-robed man took a step forward, and purple-black Genesis Chi rapidly spread from the bottom of his feet as the space beneath his feet crumbled. I don't need to know. Even if he's going to die, you should at least let him know the reason. The black-robed man remained indifferent, as though he hadn't heard Xiao Xian's words. Since you don't want to speak, I'll have to beat you until you do. Xiao Xian narrowed his eyes, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and clasped his 2 fingers together. With one thought, the Genesis chi between heaven and earth began to circulate, and a hurricane began to swirl around him. Invisible wind blades emitted piercing sounds in the sky, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! The tip of Xiao Xian's foot tapped the void, and his figure instantly shot across the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the black-robed man. With a wave of his 2 fingers, fierce sword chi suddenly streaked across the air. The hurricane abruptly changed directions, turning into an invisible energy wave that pounced towards the black-robed man from all directions. At the same time, the black-robed man didn't back down in the slightest. He stomped his foot, and purple-black Genesis chi immediately gushed out from the bottom of his feet. It soared into the sky and turned into a wall that blocked the invisible wave. The moment the purple-black Genesis chi wall was broken, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He stretched out 2 fingers of his right hand and tapped the black-robed man's palm again. But this time, because of the Genesis chi, the fierce sword chi didn't penetrate the black-robed man's palm. But even so, the energy ripples that swept out from the 2 of them caused the world to tremble. The domineering sword aura even cut the barren mountain on one side. The mountain was cut in half, and when the upper part collapsed, a flat and smooth platform was left in the cut area. Xiao Yang and the others had no choice but to avoid the battle. They stood on the barren mountain and watched the 2 people fiercely fighting from a distance. Xiao Yang's heart was filled with shock when he saw Xiao Xian display a frightening fighting strength. He naturally understood the words of the black-robed person earlier. The current Xiao Xian was already a genuine expert at the Origin King class. It was unexpected that Xiao Xian's awakening this time around would bring him such a great surprise. If the favor that the Fang clan had mentioned was still uncertain, Xiao Xian's appearance at this moment gave him true confidence. At the very least, with Xiao Xian in charge, their group would not need to fear those ordinary Origin Kings. Xiao Yang, who is he? It was only then that Luo Jin asked the question in his heart. After all, such an expert had suddenly appeared in their team. Even if he didn't need to worry, he was still a little curious. He's my ancestor. Chapter 1194. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Luo Jin did not believe him. Instead, he was speechless. A suspicious expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Xiao Yang, the latter was not the kind of person who would easily say such words just because of the other party's strength. However, the 2 words that Xiao Yang had spat out at this moment caused him to be unable to believe it. Even if it was a joke, it should not be said in such a manner. I say, even if this fellow is an Origin King expert, I do not believe that with your arrogance, you would actually address a stranger in such a manner. Do you still have any integrity? Fat. Luo Jin's words caused Xiao Yang to be stunned. On the other hand, Bai Hua could not help but laugh out loud. As for the fairy doctor, although she did not dare to easily believe it, she already had an idea in her heart. At this moment, Ju Tai and the rest also had faces filled with curiosity and suspicion. Everyone was clear about Xiao Yang's character. However, at this moment, the words that Xiao Yang had said caused them to not dare to believe it. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but how could one randomly acknowledge an ancestor? Xiao Yang, don't tell me that he is that. Immediately after, Bai Hua noticed the somewhat serious expression in Xiao Yang's eyes and hurriedly returned to normal. Soon after, her tone was somewhat surprised as she asked. Behind her, the fairy doctor also opened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Xiao Yang with a curious expression on her face. Yes, it is indeed him. I have succeeded. Hearing the meaning in Bai Hua's words, Xiao Yang pursed his lips and smiled. He did not hide anything. Everyone present was on the same side and there was nothing to hide. Other than some secrets that were related to himself, there was no harm in revealing the rest. Hiss. Hearing Xiao Yang personally confirm it, Bai Hua and the fairy doctor could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. They really did not expect that Xiao Yang would actually succeed. The person who had appeared in front of them now was an absolute expert who had once affected the entire Dochi continent. They did not expect that he had actually revived. Even so, Luo Jin's face was still at a loss. Although he did not know who the soul that had appeared later was, he could tell from the expressions on Bai Hua and the fairy doctor's faces that he was an extremely impressive character. He is indeed my ancestor. His name is Xiao Xian, and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Seeing that the faces of Luo Jin and the others were still at a loss, Xiao Yang smiled slightly and spoke in an indifferent and certain manner. He did not explain much, but it allowed the few of them to immediately understand the truth of Xiao Yang's words. Hiss. If that's the case, Luo Jin's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. Back then, Luo Ao had told him that there was another soul in Xiao Yang's body. Now, it seemed that it was Xiao Xian. So, Xiao Xian is also from the Doqi continent. While they were talking about Xiao Xian, the battle between Xiao Xian and the mysterious man was getting more and more intense. Materialization of the Great Tao. Devil Tribulation Armor. With a low growl, the strange purple-black power of the Great Way quickly condensed on the surface of the black-robed man's body. In the blink of an eye, a strange and ugly armor covered with sharp thorns covered the black-robed man's body. Unfortunately, his Genesis Chi was of the poison attribute, and his Great Tao power was mainly poison. Even if he encountered an opponent of the same level, his opponent would not dare to underestimate him because of his poison power. Normally, when he fought, his opponent would be careful, and there was no reason for him to defend. But now, in the face of Xiao Xian's fierce and domineering offensive, his poison had no effect at all. Whether it was the poison mist or the weapon formed from poison, it was useless under Xiao Xian's attack. As long as the poison mist spread, it would be immediately blown away by the hurricane around Xiao Xian. As for the weapon, Xiao Xian's fierce sword Qi seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. As long as he swiped 2 fingers, any attack would be instantly severed. Xiao Xian was a monster with no flaws. Damn it. I don't believe it. Since the poison can't touch you, I'll do it myself. At this point, even the black-robed man, who had a stable temperament, could no longer calm down. He had never seen such a monstrous person. No matter what, he must break Xiao Xian's attack. Clang, clang, clang. Gagagaga. You don't seem to have mastered the Great Tao power. Although your sword Qi is extraordinary, you look down on the Great Tao power too much if you want to rely on it to break my armor formed from the Great Tao power. Seeing that Xiao Xian couldn't break his armor, the black-robed man finally revealed a sinister smile. He ignored the sword Qi that collided with his armor and directly charged at Xiao Xian. Although Xiao Xian's battle prowess was terrifying, the black-robed man firmly believed that as long as his poison could injure Xiao Xian, he would definitely have a chance to defeat Xiao Xian. Since Xiao Xian couldn't break his armor at such a close distance, he would definitely be injured. So, it was his turn to attack. Die. Clang. The black-robed man was covered in spikes, and he appeared before Xiao Xian in the blink of an eye. He charged at Xiao Xian with all his might, but the result was that when the spikes were a few inches away from Xiao Xian's body, a golden light immediately flickered on the surface of Xiao Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, it had covered Xiao Xian's entire body. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically when he saw the profound golden runes on Xiao Xian's body. He had never imagined that Xiao Xian would actually have such a method. Sky Prison Formation, activate. Xiao Xian didn't care about the expression on the black-robed man's face. With a low roar, golden light flashed under the black-robed man's feet and wrapped around him in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for him to leave the space he was in. At the same time, Xiao Xian lifted 2 fingers, and a hurricane spun between heaven and earth. Genesis Chi condensed at his fingertips and turned into a speck of starlight. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike. Slash. As the sword art was executed, rays of light flashed, and the armor was torn apart. The entire battle lasted less than half an hour, but the black-robed man had been utterly defeated. Now, you can tell me, who are you? The armor was broken, and even the robes worn by the black-robed person were cut into pieces, revealing a skinny body underneath. His face was also extremely skinny. The only difference was that there was a huge scorpion tattooed on the left side of the black-robed person's chest. From this point alone, the group was able to roughly confirm the identity of this fellow. You're from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Xiao Yang and the others approached. They felt a little surprise at the identity of this fellow. However, they understood after thinking about it. They had spoiled their plan. It was normal for them to want to kill them. Unfortunately, they had failed. Xiao Yang and the others walked over. Pu Fu, I was ordered by the sect master to kill you. Chapter 1195. Sect Master? The sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect. Xiao Yang immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard Che Fu's words. He immediately thought of Maro Zun, who had just left the Fang family. Is it because of Maro Zun? If Maro Zun had reported the news about him, it would make sense for the Myriad Scorpion sect to send people to kill him. However, that shouldn't be the case. The Fang family is within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. The three sects are extremely far from each other. Even if he's a late returnance expert, it's impossible for him to make it back to the Myriad Scorpion sect in just a few days, not to mention that this person has already chased him all the way here. Luo Jin shook his head and directly rejected Xiao Yang's guess. At the same time, Xiao Yang nodded with a frown. He had thought of this as well, but why did Che Fu want to kill him if that was the case? Xiao Yang's group had never come across anyone from the Myriad Scorpion sect along the way, so it was impossible for them to come into conflict with them. There was even less reason for them to kill him. Yet now, not only did the Myriad Scorpion sect want to kill Xiao Yang, they had even specially sent a Origin King to kill him. This was just unbelievable. Why does your sect master want to kill me? Xiao Yang knit his brows tightly. He did not believe that a calamity would descend from the sky without any reason. Even though he was one of the three great sects of the southern region, it was impossible for him to randomly attack a stranger. Even if it was for the heavenly flame in his hand, he should at least give a reason, right? I don't know. I'm only responsible for killing you. I don't care about the reason. Che Fu was currently under Xiao Xian's control, so he obviously could not break free in a short amount of time. However, he calmed down very quickly, as if he knew how terrifying Xiao Xian was. Even if he tried to struggle, it would be pointless. Instead of wasting his energy, it would be better for him to relax and recover. Although they were both Origin monarchs, it wasn't that easy for Xiao Xian to kill him. Xiao Xian wouldn't have been able to control him so easily if they had really gone all out. After asking for a long time, Xiao Yang was actually unable to get anything useful out of him. In the end, he sighed helplessly. From the looks of the current situation, Ma Fu really did not know the reason behind this. As for the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the other party gritted his teeth and refused to answer regardless of how Xiao Xian pressured him. Even if he said something that they already knew, it was completely irrelevant. Damn it, what should we do now? This fellow refuses to speak no matter what. If there's no other way, we might as well just kill him. Even if he couldn't get any information about the 10,000 Scorpion sect from a Yuan king, killing him would still be a huge loss to the 10,000 Scorpion sect. For a powerful sect, the stronger the cultivation of a sect member, the more important and precious they were. Even the loss of one would cause the strength of the entire sect to drop significantly. If Ma Fu died, the overall strength of the 10,000 Scorpion sect would definitely drop by a level, which wasn't a bad thing for Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Xian helplessly shook his head when he heard Xiao Yang's words. His hand slowly relaxed, and Ma Fu, who was trapped by the heaven imprisoning formation, was immediately freed. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate rapidly again. Ancestor, what are you doing? Xiao Yang's expression changed when he saw Xiao Xian release the formation on Ma Fu's body. He involuntarily took a step back, and Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body as he cautiously stared at Ma Fu. Let him go. Xiao Xian had no intention of stopping him. He gently pressed his hand on Xiao Yang's shoulder and nodded at him. When Xiao Yang noticed Xiao Xian's gaze, he withdrew the Genesis Qi he had released even though he was unwilling. Since Xiao Xian had said so, it was naturally even more impossible for him to kill Ma Fu. What's your name? Ma Fu ignored Xiao Yang and shifted his gaze to Xiao Xian. Among these people, only Xiao Xian could make him pay attention. Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian pursed his lips into a smile. The calmness on his face made him look even more like an expert. Such a person was bound to become a true expert, an expert who could shake a region and command the wind and clouds. I'll remember that today's battle isn't over yet. I think so too. Why haven't you mastered the power of the great Tao? This was what puzzled Ma Fu the most. Xiao Xian was clearly not an ordinary person. With such talent, logically speaking, he should have mastered the power of the great Tao. But in the previous battle, there wasn't even the slightest trace of the power of the great Tao. Xiao Xian smiled in a non-committal manner and did not say anything else. Seeing that Xiao Xian didn't want to say more, Ma Fu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Xiao Yang. The latter instantly understood the meaning in his eyes. Xiao Yang. Ma Fu imitated Xiao Xian's tone and replied. Ma Fu was taken aback. His gaze swept between the two people in front of him, and as if he had discovered something, he muttered their names twice before turning around and flying towards the southern sky. It wasn't until Ma Fu's figure disappeared from their sight that the last trace of worry in the group's hearts dissipated. Then, their gazes involuntarily converged on Xiao Xian. It wasn't that they had never seen an expert at the Origin King realm, but it was the first time they had seen a soul with such strength. Most importantly, this person was actually related to Xiao Yang. Haha, little guy, not bad. I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation hasn't fallen at all. Although this speed isn't fast, it's solid. This will definitely benefit you in the future. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Xian once again sized up Xiao Yang. After sensing the latter's current cultivation, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Hearing this, Xiao Yang chuckled. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, Ancestor, has your soul power completely recovered? Haha, not only has it recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The current me, in their words, is roughly equivalent to a 5-star Origin King. The faces of Xiao Yang's group immediately revealed a shocked expression when his words reached this point. A 5-star Origin King. This was much stronger than the clan head of the Fang clan, Fang Kai. In this way, their group would have nothing to fear as they traversed the southern region. Seeing this, Xiao Xian smiled slyly and continued, apart from that, my soul power has also reached rank 7. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yang and the others instantly froze. Even the expression on Luo Jin's face was gradually replaced by deep shock. 7 realms soul power, coupled with the formation he had displayed earlier, meant that while being a 5-star Origin King, the current Xiao Xian was also a rank 7 formation master. Chapter 1196. A rank 7 formation master. Even a Source Sect powerhouse would not dare to underestimate the power of a rank 7 formation master. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Yang's team not even be afraid of a Source Sect powerhouse? Everyone was shocked when they thought of this, but Xiao Xian seemed to have noticed their thoughts. He immediately chuckled, shook his head, and sighed, don't think too much about it. Don't think about it too simply. Becoming a Tier 7 array master isn't as easy as you think. Formations relied heavily on formations, and the more powerful a formation was, the more difficult it was to condense it. Especially after reaching the 7th step, almost all of the formations needed to rely on formation disks. Otherwise, not to mention the energy required to condense a formation, just the long period of time required was unbearable for anyone. The reason why Xiao Xian was able to condense the sky-imprisoning formation in the blink of an eye was partly because of his immense spiritual strength, but more importantly, it was because he had already secretly condensed the formation at the beginning of the battle. He was waiting for the end of the battle. Although Xiao Xian had inherited Tianju's legacy, Tianju had only been a Class 6 formations master back then. Both his understanding and mastery of formations were extremely limited. Currently, all the methods and techniques that Xiao Xian knew about formations were far from enough for him to use. Even the Class 6 formations he knew were extremely limited. Moreover, his cultivation level was not proportional to his array master's level. A powerful formation also needed a powerful cultivation to support it. With Xiao Xian's current strength, although it was an extremely powerful force in the extreme south, it was still too far-fetched to use it to support the condensation of a high-grade formation. A 5-star Source King could condense many rank 6 formations, and his success rate of condensing a rank 7 formation would probably not exceed 50%. Most importantly, Xiao Xian did not possess any scrolls related to Class 7 formations right now, so it was impossible for him to learn them.
Oh.
Senior Xiao Xian doesn't have any scrolls about high-grade formations? Luo Jin's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Xiao Xian's words. He hurriedly took out 3 jade-sealed scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them over to Xiao Xian. My father gave these 3 scrolls to me. He originally hoped that I could undo the jade seal as soon as possible so that I could comprehend the mysteries within. However, it's useless for me to keep them with me. Since Senior needs them, I'll give them to you. Xiao Xian did not immediately accept the 3 scrolls in front of him as he looked at them. He knew that since these people were able to follow beside Xiao Yang, lend him a hand when he was in danger, and even disregard their own safety, they were definitely people whom Xiao Yang could trust. However, it was also because of this that he could not easily accept the other party's gift. This might be beneficial to him, but it might not be so for Xiao Yang. Moreover, Luo Jin had specially mentioned the importance of these 3 scrolls. If he were to accept them, it was likely that, ancestor, there's no need to worry. Yeah, Senior. These things are exactly what you need right now. You can just return them to me when you don't need them anymore. As soon as Xiao Yang spoke, Luo Jin grinned as if he did not care at all. It would be a lie to say that he had given away these 3 scrolls carelessly. These 3 scrolls were carefully selected by his father from the clan's vault. These 3 formations were extremely powerful even among Class 7 formations. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to fully comprehend them. When Luo Jin's father had given him the formations and the scrolls, he had sternly warned him not to give the formations to anyone. Just this point alone was enough to prove the uniqueness of these 3 formations. However, Luo Jin was currently giving them to Xiao Xian. On one hand, he had the intention of gaining Xiao Xian's favor. On the other hand, he hoped to use this to deepen the relationship between him and Xiao Yang. 3 rank 7 formations and the future ultimate expert of the continent. The pros and cons of this were obvious at a glance. Luo Jin did not think that he would lose out in this transaction. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xiao Xian hesitantly put away the scrolls in his hand. At the same time, he thanked Luo Jin. After a simple exchange of greetings, the group prepared to enter the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. Due to the protection of the extreme Arctic ice soul, the group was not affected by the scorching temperature in the air for the rest of the journey. The group flew past the mountain ridges at an extremely fast speed and headed towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. According to Fang Jitsong, the Burning Flame Valley's sect was built in the deepest part of the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. That place would definitely shock anyone who saw it for the first time. As for the reason, Fang Jitsong did not explain, and Xiao Yang did not ask. As the group approached the location of the Burning Flame Valley's sect, they met quite a number of outsiders who were also hurrying to the Burning Flame Valley. Indeed, it was just as Fang Kai had said. The Burning Flame Valley's great sect competition had indeed attracted a large number of experts from the outside world. From the looks of it, this great sect competition seemed to be quite a grand occasion. However, these people did not appear to be as relaxed as Xiao Yang and the rest. There was a terrifyingly high temperature above their heads. The closer they got to the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, the hotter the air became. It was as if there was an invisible flame burning there, rapidly exhausting the Genesis Chi in their bodies and forcing them to slow down. Of course, there was naturally no lack of powerful individuals amongst these people. One of the groups was even faster than Xiao Yang's group. When Xiao Yang observed the aura of their leader, the latter cast a glance at him, a sharp and domineering gaze instantly causing Xiao Yang to withdraw his gaze as a shiver ran through his heart. Shockingly, the person leading the group was an expert at the Origin King realm. The southern region is indeed a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's impossible to meet any of these experts in the western region. In just a few days, I've already met 3 of them. I'm afraid the southern region is much more lively than I imagined, Xiao Yang quietly said in his heart. At the same time that he was shocked by the cultivation of these people, a heated emotion gradually surged into his pair of dark black eyes. The hot blood in his chest was also ignited at this moment. If one did not climb high, how could one see the mountains beyond the mountains? If one did not travel far, how could one travel 1,000 miles? Only by traveling with experts could one become an expert. The extreme south was bound to be dangerous, but at the same time, it was also an excellent training ground. Chapter 1197. After Xiao Yang's group had entered the Scarlet Flame mountain range for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the core area of the entire mountain range. The headquarters of the Burning Flame Valley was located here. When this group of people saw the scene in front of them, it was indeed as Fang Jizong had expected. Everyone present felt shocked and surprised in their hearts. After all, the scene that had appeared in front of them at this moment was really hard to believe. The originally scarlet-red barren mountain seemed to have been forcefully cut off by an invisible force. The red rocky ground came to an abrupt stop, and a verdant mountain forest suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yang's group at this moment. The mountain peak stood tall, and the fragrance of birds, trees, and flowers was very different from the outside world. Even though it was only a short distance of a few feet, at a glance, it seemed as though it was two different worlds. With such a beautiful scene, it was no wonder that Fang Jizong would say such words. Such a scene, no wonder it would cause people to be shocked. I never thought that there would actually be another world within these layers of barren mountains. The Burning Flame Valley is indeed worthy of being the head of the 3 sects of the southern region. Let's go. Today, let us experience the splendor of the Burning Flame Valley. After the group of people sighed, they looked at each other and smiled. Then, they leaped and flew towards the depths of the mountain forest in front of them. This mountain forest was neither big nor small. The location of the Burning Flame Valley's headquarters was built on the peak of the towering mountain in the middle of the mountain forest. The towering and imposing mountain towered into the clouds. At first glance, its enormous size was simply like a huge beast lying between the heavens and the earth. The mountain ridge was like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. The peak of the mountain was like a sharp point that pierced the heavens. Rows upon rows of buildings were built on the platforms between the mountain ridge. Although they appeared uneven, it gave people a feeling of majesty. Although the group of people had yet to arrive, they could see from afar that there was a huge rock that protruded from the mountain peak. The 3 large words Burning Flame Valley were written with vigorous strokes. At this moment, some figures gradually appeared in front of or around Xiao Yang's group. All of these people were people who had come from the outside world to watch the Burning Flame Valley's sect grand competition. As the distance gradually decreased, the number of people in everyone's sight also increased. Only then did Xiao Yang understand just how great the attraction of this grand competition was. Just from the number of guests they could see, there were no less than 1,000. Most of them had reached origin transformation, and there were even no less than 100 returnance experts. As for the people whose cultivation levels were difficult to see through, they were obviously origin kings. It's just a sect competition, yet so many experts have gathered. Even so many origin king-level experts have come. Xiao Yang's heart involuntarily felt a shock at the foundation of this Burning Flame Valley when he sensed those extremely powerful auras. The reason why a grand competition between the sects was able to attract so many experts was not just because of the excitement of the entire competition. It also required the foundation of the entire sect. If they did not possess great strength, there would not be so many people who had come from so far away to watch a battle between disciples of other sects. Of course, there were a few people who had come for the sake of obtaining the rewards, but they were in the minority after all. Most of the people who had come to watch the competition probably only wanted to get closer to the Burning Flame Valley. As the greatest sect in the southern region, if they could get closer to the Burning Flame Valley, it would obviously bring endless benefits to their status in the southern region. A while later, Xiao Yang's group arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were disciples dressed in the uniform of the Burning Flame Valley receiving the guests who had come to watch the competition. Other than a small number of people who had an invitation, everyone else would be led by a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. On one hand, it was to point them in the right direction, and on the other hand, it was naturally to keep an eye on those who had ill intentions. Of course, if there was anyone who tried to use violent means to take action along the way, the Burning Flame Valley's upper echelons and elders on the mountain would immediately discover it. It was also because of this that no matter what kind of thoughts the people on the mountain had, They could only quietly follow behind the disciple who was leading the way until they reached the plaza where the competition was held. As long as they arrived there was no need for the disciples to watch over them. They would be personally received by the elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Although this method appeared to be somewhat strict, as if they were treating the guests as prisoners, it would also save the Burning Flame Valley a lot of trouble. Moreover, this place was the territory of the Burning Flame Valley to begin with. Following the rules of the other party's territory seemed to be reasonable. Therefore, even a small portion of people who had objections to this kind of method could only secretly swallow it down. Other than this, every group that ascended the mountain would receive a jade tablet from a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. There was a row of words carved on it. When Xiao Yang received it, he took a look at it. Gung 24. May I ask what this is? Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows when he saw the number displayed on it. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that the guests who ascended the mountain had to be counted and recorded? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hearing Xiao Yang's doubtful voice, the handsome disciple of the Burning Flame Valley in front of him smiled politely and said respectfully, "The row of numbers that Mr. is looking at is the sequence of your group that ascended the mountain. There are a total of 1,000 jade tablets in your hand. The group that holds a jade tablet has the qualification to challenge the disciples on the competition stage. If they win, they can obtain the prize prepared by the elders of our sect." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang nodded his head with a look of understanding. He seemed to have understood something in his heart. Due to the fact that there are far too many people who wish to challenge each sect grand competition, the elders have no choice but to make this decision. The Gung tablet that you hold is ranked within the top 700. You can challenge the corresponding disciples ranked below the top 500. If you win, you can also challenge the disciples ranked in the top 500. However, if you lose, all rewards will be forfeited. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang was stunned. It was clearly a sect grand competition. Why would it involve outsiders? Even the challengers had a ranking. This was a little too absurd. However, after some thought, Xiao Yang understood in his heart. There was a limit to the strength of the sects after all. Moreover, the majority of the disciples were not only equal in strength, even their Genesis Chi attribute was the same. Their combat experience was also limited. Such a competition would not be able to give them much experience. On the other hand, challengers like these would mostly display their true strength in order to obtain the prize. Regardless of victory or defeat, such a battle would definitely be beneficial to the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. As for the prizes, they were naturally nothing compared to the future of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yang's heart was a little surprised at the tactics of the Burning Flame Valley when he thought of it in this manner. Using the smallest price in exchange for an excellent training. Such tactics really caused one to be amazed. He really did not know just which old fox had thought of this method. With such thoughts in his mind, the group arrived at the main plaza that was used for the sect grand competition. At this moment, the open ground was filled with a countless number of people surging in at a glance. The liveliness could not be hidden. Countless number of stone chairs stood around the open ground. Xiao Yang's group had just arrived when the leading disciple bowed and left. At the same time, an old man wearing a fiery red long robe walked toward them. Chapter 1198. Ha ha ha, welcome. Welcome to my Burning Flame Valley's sect grand competition. May I know if you have a jade token? The old man had yet to arrive, but his thunderous laughter was already heard. The buzzing sound reverberated in the ears of the group, causing them to grimace. Not only was this old man dressed in provocative clothes, but even his voice was unusually irritable. Xiao Yang quietly said in his heart. Soon after, the group of people recovered. Hearing this fellow's words, Xiao Yang immediately took out the jade token that the disciple had given him earlier from his storage ring. Number Geng 24. As he spoke, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of him. At the same time, a faint and invisible pressure accompanied him. Although the latter had already restrained most of it, there was still a remnant pressure that leaked out. Although the pressure from this aura was not very strong, Xiao Yang immediately sensed that the cultivation of this old man was likely above the Origin King class. Another Origin King realm expert. Xiao Yang's heart was once again shaken when he sensed this. Within a short couple of days, he had already met a couple of experts at the Origin King class. This was really unimaginable. He had actually seen enough of these experts, who usually did not show themselves, in one go. The contrast between the two was really hard to accept. His powerful strength and imposing manner not only gave Xiao Yang a pressure on the surface, but it also caused his heart to feel a heaviness. Unknowingly, the cultivation of the opponent he was facing had already reached such a level. Given his current strength, facing an opponent of this level was undoubtedly a huge challenge. Currently, he needed even more power to support himself. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang immediately thought of the other heavenly flame in the southern region. Red Lotus Hellfire, Yi Honglian. Looks like I should prepare to look for her after this matter is over. Yi Honglian was the incarnation of the Red Lotus Yi Flame. Based on what Jiu Yu and Hai Morchen had said back then, Yi Honglian was located in the southern region. Xiao Yang had not sensed any information related to Yi Honglian at the southwestern border. In that case, it was possible that Yi Honglian was in the extreme south. Oh, if that's the case, then please follow me. I've already prepared seats for you over there. Hearing the words of the old man in front of him, Xiao Yang, who was thinking about the next course of action, immediately came back to his senses. He didn't dare to neglect and cupped his hands with a smile. After that, he followed the old man to the west side of the square. I don't think you're from the extreme south. As the group walked, the old man in front of Xiao Yang suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth with a smile. His face was filled with a cunning expression. Hearing this, Xiao Yang was a little surprised. Why would this old man ask such a question? Senior, why do you say that? Heh, I can see that your cultivation base is not bad despite your young age. Your cultivation talent is not bad. Moreover, from the fire energy faintly emanating from your body, you should also be a cultivator of the fire attribute. Xiao Yang nodded his head once again. But what could this prove? Fire attribute and good cultivation talent. For a junior like you, as long as you're from the extreme south, even if you're not under my burning flame valley, I would still roughly know you. Even for those rising stars who have risen in the past 2 years, I also know the identities and names of most of them. However, none of them are compatible with you at all. That's why I'm certain that you're not from the extreme south. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yang immediately understood in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised by the wisdom of the old man in front of him. This old man looked carefree, but his mind was especially meticulous. It was likely that if one did not know him for a long time, one would be easily fooled by his appearance. Senior's words are not wrong at all. This junior admires you. Nodding his head, Xiao Yang's advancing footsteps suddenly stopped. He bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him in front of everyone. Seeing this, the old man immediately laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. After that, the old man walked up, helped Xiao Yang up with one hand, and said with a smile, "Not bad. Are you interested in joining my burning flame valley? If you're willing to join, I'll immediately agree to take you as my disciple." Hearing this, Xiao Yang was stunned. When did he say that he wanted to take him as his master? Sorry, this junior already has a master. Smiling embarrassedly, Xiao Yang hurriedly cupped his hands. When the old man in front of him heard this, he could only helplessly twitch his mouth. The plan in his heart had probably failed. After a while, when Xiao Yang and the others were seated, the old man spoke again with a lazy face. I'm Xian Hua. I'm the reception elder for this sect grand competition. If you have any matters, you can come and find me. After speaking, the old man turned around and left. At this time, Xiao Yang hurriedly stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "Junior, Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang, huh? Not a bad name. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the old man finally stopped his footsteps. He turned his head and smiled at Xiao Yang. After that, he left again. After Xian Hua left, in the next 4 to 6 hours, people endlessly came to the plaza. After that, There were Burning Flame Valley deacons who led them to their seats. Only when more than half of the seats in the plaza were filled with people, did the stone platform in the middle of the plaza slowly split open with a rumbling sound, revealing a huge plaza that was 1,000 feet in length and width. Around the plaza, there were a few huge stone pillars. Some kind of formation was inscribed on them, faintly emitting a faint golden light. After that, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who were participating in the sect grand competition entered the plaza. After the group of elders in the elders' seats gave their old-fashioned and passionate speeches, the competition in the plaza officially began. However, Xiao Yang did not have much interest in the entire process of the competition. His gaze slowly swept across the elders' seats on the east side. Xian Hua, who he had seen earlier, was also there. However, he was still unclear as to whether the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was present. It was said that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was a super expert whose strength had reached the origin ancestor realm. However, as of now, Xiao Yang was still unable to see through the few elders in the elders' seats, let alone find the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master. Oh! As if they had sensed Xiao Yang's deliberate probing, the few elders' gazes simultaneously locked onto Xiao Yang's body. The latter was startled and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Don't look for him. The Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master is not there. At this time, Luo Jin, who was by the side, gently shook his head and indifferently said, "Not there. Then what should I do? Didn't they say that only he has the geocentric body transformation milk? If he is not here, how can I meet him?" Hearing that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was not here, Xiao Yang's heart immediately tightened. If he could not meet the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master, how could he obtain the geocentric body transformation milk? Chapter 1199. Don't be anxious. I just asked a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the sect grand competition is a grand occasion for the Burning Flame Valley, the Valley Master will not attend it for the first few days. He will only officially attend it when the top 50 disciples of the Burning Flame Valley begin to fight. This can be considered as a form of spiritual encouragement for those 50 people. After hearing Xiao Yang's words, Luo Jin did not show any worry or anxiety. Instead, he told the former all the information he had obtained earlier. Rather than guessing whether the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would attend, Luo Jin felt that taking the initiative to ask was the fastest and most effective method. Hiss. Only seeing the top 50 out of 1,000 disciples. Isn't this too cruel and harsh? Luo Jin's words also brought a shock to Xiao Yang's heart. Wouldn't this kind of difference increase the disparity in the hearts of the disciples? To a sect or faction, this did not seem to be a good thing. It is indeed a little cruel. However, speaking of which, there are differences between people. The survival of the fittest is a common thing. However, the Burning Flame Valley's way of doing things has also prompted many disciples with ordinary talent to work even harder in their cultivation. This is not only a test of their cultivation strength, it is also a test of their temperament. If one is unable to believe in oneself, how can one become a strong person? Although talent in cultivation is an innate condition, only hard work can determine the direction of everything. If one is unable to understand even this point, they are not worthy of becoming a true strong person. Although Luo Jin's words were a little rigid, they were also true. The principle itself was like this. It was just a matter of whether they could understand and persevere. Then, when the top 50 of the sect grand competition begins, the Valley Master will attend. At that time, don't be too optimistic. It is not that easy to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Which outsider who is participating in the sect grand competition did not come for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley? However, who would be able to meet the Valley Master so easily? After regaining his senses, Xiao Yang's hope had just risen in his heart. However, it was immediately extinguished by Luo Jin's words in the blink of an eye. Curling his lips, Xiao Yang fiercely glared at the latter. He naturally knew that this fellow had not finished speaking. It is not impossible to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Especially in this great sect competition, it is extremely simple to meet him. As long as, at this point, Luo Jin suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yang with a mocking expression. As long as you are able to defeat the champion of the great school competition, at that time, there is no need for you to bring it up. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley will personally invite you to meet him. Even with the pride of the Burning Flame Valley, they will still be moved by a member of the younger generation who possesses sufficient strength. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiao Yang was instantly speechless. He pursed his lips and finally revealed an awkward yet polite smile. His eyes swept across the entire square in a daze. Then, his gaze returned to Luo Jin. When the latter saw this, he laughed involuntarily. Ignoring the specific cultivation levels of the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, there were no less than 10 Origin Kings among the spectators. Xiao Yang believed that he knew his own limits when facing those fellows. You don't need to be nervous. Origin Kings are not allowed to fight in a competition like this. Among all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, the strongest is only at late returnants. Even the outsiders who participate in the competition can only reach this level of cultivation at most. I believe that you have the confidence to deal with opponents like this. With these words, Xiao Yang's helpless emotions suddenly relaxed. If that was the case, he still had some confidence. He could not say that he could kill his opponents at the same level of cultivation, but if he did not go overboard, Xiao Yang was confident that he had a good chance of victory. After understanding this level, Xiao Yang's anxious mood also completely relaxed. His gaze once again swept across the entire open ground. His gaze paused on the few people at the front of the audience seats. After which, he once again looked at the battleground in the middle of the open ground. There was more than one battle going on in the center of the square. Although the competition had only just begun, the battles in the square were already in full swing. The sounds of intense collisions rang out one after another. The blood in the chests of all the participants had been ignited at this moment. Surging battle intent filled their hearts as powerful energy poured down like sweat. Although these battles were not high-level collisions, they still caused quite a few of the disciples and spectators of the Burning Flame Valley to feel their emotions surge. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Xiao Yang to be included among these people, and it was even more impossible for him to cause those fellows in the front row to be moved. They, who had experienced countless life and death battles, clearly understood the cruelty of a true battle in their hearts. The battle in front of them, which seemed to cause people to feel nervous, was undoubtedly no different from children playing house in their eyes. With just a casual glance, Xiao Yang was able to see the countless openings in the Burning Flame Valley's disciples, who were currently in an intense battle. If it was him, even if it was an expert at the same level of cultivation, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party in one strike with this kind of fighting standard. However, if all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley were only at this level, the Burning Flame Valley would not be worthy of being called the leader of the 3 sects of the southern region. After taking a few glances, Xiao Yang's body became limp. He curled up on the chair, which was covered with a soft blanket, and closed his eyes. He had a comfortable expression as he slept. This scene was nothing in the eyes of Luo Jin and the rest. The latter's character was originally free and easy. Even if he were to sleep in such a situation, it did not seem like much. However, this caused quite a number of people in the surroundings to be stunned. Even if he did not think much of the battle in front of him, this was after all the Burning Flame Valley's territory. On account of the other party, he should at least pretend to be a little more enthusiastic. On the other hand, it was likely that there would not be a second person like Xiao Yang other than those experts at the Great Origin King level present in the front row. Don't tell me that this brat is purposely here to show off. Is he not afraid of being chased out by the other party? Hey, perhaps the other party has the strength, which is why he does not think much of their battle. Strength? If he has the ability, why doesn't he sit in the front row? Why is he hiding at the back? After the shock, Xiao Yang was naturally met with mockery and ridicule. From the way most people saw it, daring to display such a mocking attitude in the grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley was simply looking for trouble. Once someone from the Burning Flame Valley stepped forward, this fellow would undoubtedly become the best target to be punished for what he had done in the past. Chapter 1200. As time passed, when the first day had passed, nearly a quarter of the participating disciples had been eliminated. This speed was already considered extremely fast. After all, under the premise that most of the participants were experts of the same level, the speed and efficiency of the battle could be increased so quickly. From this point alone, it was enough to prove that the disciples who had successfully advanced had a certain level of strength. No matter what their strength was in the eyes of true experts, at the very least, the strength and methods they had displayed on the battlefield right now was enough for them to receive countless cheers and cheers from below the stage. Everyone was different, and there were differences between levels. Being able to defeat their opponents in a short amount of time, even if it was just a little, was enough to make people look at them in a new light. As time went on, the battles on the battlefield became more and more intense. Elbows and fists collided, and the sounds of battle were as dense as raindrops. Even the stone platform that was originally unaffected began to tremble slightly. At this point, even a few returnance experts could not help but secretly nod at the intense battles. Just the fact that they had gained the recognition of a returnance expert was enough to prove just how powerful they were. "Sir, we are currently in the middle of the sect competition of our Burning Flame Valley. Your actions don't seem too appropriate." It was also at this moment that an envoy of the Burning Flame Valley who had been staring at Xiao Yang for who knew how long finally walked over. He planned on waking up Xiao Yang, who seemed to be unaware of what was going on. If it were not for the fact that Xian Hua had chatted with the young man a few days ago and that Xian Hua seemed to have a good impression of him, the envoy probably would have woken him up a long time ago. Only when he saw that Xiao Yang did not seem like he was going to wake up did he involuntarily step forward and speak up. "This brat seems to be called Xiao Yang. Does he really think he's something just because he spoke a few words with Elder Xian Hua a few days ago? Does he really think he's something?" The envoy of the Burning Flame Valley could not help but curse inside when he saw that Xiao Yang did not respond after gently calling out. The smile on his face gradually disappeared as well. He extended a hand and planned on waking Xiao Yang up. Almost at the same time, the gazes of Luo Jin, the little fairy doctor, and the others in the surroundings landed on the envoy in the blink of an eye. The deacon's actions paused for a moment when he sensed the gazes that contained a dense coldness. Soon after, he coldly laughed in his heart. They were merely a few origin transformation brats. They were not worthy of his attention. An instant later, the deacon's hand grabbed Xiao Yang's collar. Disturbing someone's sleep without permission is not a good habit. However, it was also at this moment that a calm and indifferent voice suddenly drifted out from the mouth of the originally sleeping Xiao Yang. At the same time, the envoy's hand was firmly locked down by a force that he could not break free from. "This guy." The envoy was shocked. The deacon's heart was suddenly startled. His eyes instantly shrunk. He clenched his teeth and tried to withdraw his hand. However, he was gently shaken by Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's hand, which was restraining the deacon's wrist, shook gently. An extremely powerful force immediately poured into the deacon's body. At the same time that the deacon was forced back, it caused his throat to emit a muffled groan. Immediately, a piercing sound was heard and the robe on his upper body was instantly shattered by that force. What brutal force! The eyes of a few returnance experts in the crowd immediately narrowed at the sight of this. They all thought the same thing. A casual attack had actually knocked back a returnance envoy from the Burning Flame Valley and even reduced him to such a horrible state. Even if the attack from before seemed a little shameless, it was enough to prove that the black-robed young man who had leisurely stood up from his chair was extraordinary. God damn it, brat, having been reduced to such a miserable state by a person from outside the sect in front of so many people, the deacon could no longer maintain his face. He cursed softly as the Genesis chi within his body swiftly surged out. With a move of his feet, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang and sent a palm smashing down. Xiao Yang's sharp agility and the speed at which he attacked immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. Even quite a number of spectators, who were originally paying attention to the competition between the Burning Flame Valley's disciples in the middle of the stadium, had their gazes attracted by the activity on Xiao Yang's side. The swift palm arrived above Xiao Yang's head in the blink of an eye. The whistling wind landed directly on his head, and the invisible space was easily torn apart by the force. The sharp sonic boom made Xiao Yang frown slightly. This was not a good feeling. Soon after, however, Xiao Yang's body twisted slightly the moment the palm hacked down. It was as though space itself had been distorted. He used an extremely strange posture to easily dodge the palm that was hacking down. The position where he dodged was coincidentally outside the attacking range of the wind that the palm had agglomerated. Just as everyone's eyes revealed a surprised expression, Xiao Yang flipped his hand and smashed the deacon's chest with the back of his hand. The powerful force instantly sent the deacon's body flying. Although it would not cause any serious injuries, it would definitely cause him to make a fool of himself based on the current situation. Uproar. The appearance of this scene not only shocked all the spectators present, but even some of the other deacons and elders from the burning flame valley in the viewing gallery had their gazes attracted by this palm of Xiao Yang's. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? Anger immediately appeared on the faces of the other envoys when they saw this scene. Just as they were about to step forward, they were stopped by a young man who had unknowingly darted out from the crowd. Huoji has already become like this. What's the use of you going up? Regardless of whether you are a match for him, you will only become the laughingstock of others. Let me go. The words of the young man had just left his mouth when the few envoys who wanted to refute were instantly stuffed into their mouths. Seeing the person in front of them, even some of the elders in the sect had to give him some face, much less them, the envoys. Hearing the young man's words, the few of them ultimately withdrew with their hearts filled with unwillingness. The young man directly walked forward. Not only was there no enmity in his eyes, the corners of his mouth contained a mocking smile as he faced Xiao Yang directly. Huoji at this moment climbed up from the pile of shattered stone chairs in a miserable manner. Just as he was about to attack again, a young man's figure suddenly blocked his front and pushed him to the back. The young man faced Xiao Yang, smiled, cupped his hands together and said, "This friend, the matter just now was due to my burning flame valley's incompetence. I am Qin Yang. I will apologize to you on behalf of him." Chapter 1201. Qin Yang. Qin Yang. His Qin Yang. It's said that there's an extremely talented disciple among the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley this year. Not only has he reached late returnance at such a young age, but his grasp and usage of the force of ways is rather impressive as well. In the selection competition of the sect, this guy defeated many opponents of the same level all by himself, leaping to become the strongest among the younger generation. This kid is even the strongest contender for first place in this year's competition. After the young man reported his identity, some people in the surrounding spectators immediately revealed his identity. Many people in the outside world knew about this extremely outstanding disciple of the Burning Flame Valley long ago, but they had never seen him before. Now that they had seen him today, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even the Origin Kings at the front of the spectators' stands cast their gazes over. From the looks of it, it was not just the returnance experts. Even they paid close attention to the young man called Qin Yang. It was normal for Qin Yang to receive such treatment after becoming the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Let alone these outsiders, even many of the elders in the Burning Flame Valley valued him greatly. They had even begun to treat him as the future successor of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiao Yang immediately understood the identity of the young man before him when he heard the exclamations from the surrounding crowd. He did not dare to underestimate Qin Yang at all after hearing about his astonishing accomplishments. Being able to consecutively defeat a couple of opponents of the same level indicated that this Qin Yang in front of him possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. When faced with such a person, especially when the other party's cultivation exceeded his own, even Xiao Yang needed to be 120% alert. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yang, who was smiling politely in front of him. His gaze sized up Qin Yang before he learned the other party's gesture and cupped his hands together in a courteous manner. "You're too polite. I was in the wrong earlier as well, so I hope you can forgive me." Huoji curled his lips furiously when he heard this. However, he was unable to say anything else. With Qin Yang beside him, he could only obediently hold back his resentment. Qin Yang also glanced at the latter from the corner of his eyes. Immediately, he smiled faintly and said, "Seeing that Mr. Xiao Yang's attack just now was quite sharp, I wonder if Mr. is interested in participating in this sect grand competition? From what I know, The jade token in Mr. Xiao Yang's hand seems to be Gang 24. With this number, you can challenge any disciple ranked after 500 in our sect. I'm more interested in the people ranked before 500. Xiao Yang smiled slightly when he heard Qin Yang's words, which seemed to have a hidden meaning, and rebutted him. The smile on the latter's face immediately became even denser when he saw this. Only those deacons from the Burning Flame Valley had furious expressions. These words of Xiao Yang were clearly hinting that their Burning Flame Valley's disciples were weak and did not have the qualification to be his opponent. In that case, Mr. Xiao Yang has agreed to participate in our Burning Flame Valley's Sect Grand competition. Since this is the case, I really look forward to meeting you in the arena. Quite a number of people immediately turned their gazes toward Xiao Yang when these words were uttered. These words of Qin Yang were an open challenge. If Xiao Yang did not accept it in front of so many people, not only would he lose face, he would also be ridiculed and discussed by the people in the viewing gallery. The words that he had said earlier would naturally be used to slap his face. At this moment, Xiao Yang's heart was also extremely clear about this point. The other party's goal was very clear. Either he agreed to fight with him or he would eat the words that he had said earlier. In the end, the person who would lose face would still be him. This action of Qin Yang had the intention of threatening him. All right, I'll see you in the arena. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yang smiled slightly and agreed. The latter's face was filled with a satisfied smile when he saw this. At this moment, the surrounding observers once again threw their gazes onto Xiao Yang. However, this time around, there was an additional pity and ridicule in their eyes. Qin Yang was the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Even some of the envoys of the Burning Flame Valley were not his opponent, so how could Xiao Yang, an early returnance expert, be his opponent? From the looks of it, the outcome was extremely clear even though the two of them had yet to formally engage in battle. Needless to say, Qin Yang's victory was going to be added to the list of victories. This Xiao Yang really doesn't know his limits. Does he really think he's something just because he has some tricks up his sleeve? Qin Yang has even defeated quite a few envoys in the valley. He has challenged many of them before, so all the envoys in the valley have probably been defeated by him now. He's just asking to be humiliated with just an early returnance cultivator. What a reckless brat. Why don't we deal with him instead of senior Qin Yang personally? He's not worthy of being senior Qin Yang's opponent. While the spectators in the viewing gallery were discussing with one another, quite a number of Burning Flame Valley's disciples who had witnessed this scene also began to discuss with one another. Their words were filled with disdain and ridicule toward Xiao Yang. There were even quite a number of people who threw gazes that were filled with enmity toward Xiao Yang. This also indirectly proved that these disciples had a sense of belonging to the Burning Flame Valley. This kind of invisible energy was the key factor that allowed a faction to become increasingly powerful. At the same time, Xiao Yang and Qin Yang exchanged a couple of courteous words with each other in the viewing gallery before the latter intended to leave. After all, the grand competition of the sect was currently in progress. As a participating disciple, he could not possibly continue to stay here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke and stopped him. Brother Qin Yang, can you stay for a while? Is there anything else, Mr. Xiao Yang? Qin Yang frowned slightly when he heard Xiao Yang's words. He was involuntarily a little surprised in his heart. Since the matter had already been decided, why did Xiao Yang call out to him at this moment? Cuckoo, it is not a big matter. However, look at our seats. Although that deacon's palm did not injure anyone, my companion's seats have been destroyed. I think that the Burning Flame Valley will not allow guests like us to stand here and watch the competition, right? Qin Yang was startled when he heard these words. He immediately recovered and frowned as he looked at the stone chair in front of him that had already been destroyed. His gaze swiftly swept over the entire stadium, only to discover that other than the first row of seats in the viewing gallery, the other places were all occupied by spectators from outside. If Xiao Yang's group wanted to change seats at this moment, it was likely that Qin Yang hesitated for a couple of seconds. Only then did he once again look at Xiao Yang's group. He cupped his hands together and said, "I'm sorry. Since this is the case, The few of you should sit in the first row. Chapter 1202. How can this be? This is the rule. The first row has always been a place where only the esteemed guests of my burning flame valley can sit. Their strength has to be at least at the origin king level. With just these few people, we can just change the chairs if they break. What right do they have to sit in the first row? The expressions of the few burning flame valley deacons around him instantly changed when Qin Yang uttered these words. Even they had to treat the guests seated in the first row with respect. However, Xiao Yang had clearly injured one of the burning flame valley's deacons earlier. They were already being magnanimous by not chasing him out. How could they allow him to sit in the first row now? It's only right to apologize if you've done something wrong. Right now, I'm saying that Mr. Xiao Yang and the others can sit in the first row. Do you have any objections? Qin Yang suddenly turned around as soon as the envoys had spoken. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto them. His eyes were filled with an irrefutable feeling. But, there's no need for buts. Just do as Qin Yang says. Just as those few deacons wanted to argue a little more, Xian Hua's voice was suddenly transmitted from the elders' seats on the opposite side of the viewing gallery. When the few of them saw this, the words that were about to reach their mouths were hurriedly swallowed back. They clenched their teeth and finally respectfully bowed and responded. Their hearts were filled with hidden bitterness as they invited Xiao Yang and the others to the seats in the first row. Xiao Yang's group immediately became the focus of attention the moment they sat down. Forget about this conspicuous position, just what Xiao Yang had done earlier had already stirred the curiosity of quite a number of people present. Even those experts at the origin class would occasionally pay attention to Xiao Yang's group. This was especially the case when their eyes landed on Xiao Yang. An additional surprised expression would appear in their eyes. Even though he was only an early returnant's brat, they discovered to their surprise that there seemed to be a layer of hazy mist on the surface of Xiao Yang's body when they wanted to investigate him closely. It completely blocked their senses. Even though they were origin kings, they were still unable to see through the black-robed young man before them. It was not only the guests who felt that way. Even many of the Burning Flame Valley's elders who were seated in the elders' seating area had shocked expressions on their faces. Of course, although there were quite a few people like that, not all of them were unable to see the depth of the situation. After this small interlude with Xiao Yang's group, the competition in the arena continued. The selection process of the individual battles continued for a total of 3 days. It was not until the evening of the third day that the first round of the selection officially ended. The original 1,000 participants had now been reduced by more than half. On the fourth day, the second round of selection officially began. Without a doubt, the second round of selection was even faster than the first. The remaining 400 or so disciples would undergo a large selection. All of the disciples would gather in one place and engage in a chaotic battle. As long as all of the opponents were defeated or their opponents admitted defeat, the remaining 50 people would successfully enter the next round of the competition. At the same time, they would be personally met by the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. This round of selection was, without a doubt, the key to their glory. It could even affect their future. At the same time, the severity of this round of selection was unquestionable. Accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the huge square actually slowly protruded towards the ground. The entire auditorium trembled slightly at this moment. Everyone who was unfamiliar with this scene immediately revealed a look of panic on their faces. A few minutes later, when the edge of the stone platform was about 10 feet away from the ground, the entire stone platform slowly stabilized. Soon after, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples around the viewing gallery, who had already prepared for this moment, immediately turned into numerous rays of light. Their bodies were covered in bright red flames as they rushed onto the stone platform like meteors. Such a scene could be said to be breathtaking. Xiao Yang had also noticed Qin Yang among those disciples. Of course, Xiao Yang was not the only one who had noticed him. As the main focus of the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around, his actions on the stage would undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone below the stage. After all the remaining disciples had entered the arena, the formation carved on the surrounding stone pillars in the huge square was activated. A golden-colored light barrier swiftly rose into the sky and covered the entire selection square. After the formation was completely activated, a white-robed Burning Flame Valley's elder slowly floated into the air above the square. A pair of turbid old eyes slowly swept over everyone in the viewing gallery below. His gaze paused for a moment when it swept over some people in the first row and Xiao Yang's group. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. His old voice was softly spat out and reverberated beside everyone's ears. The rules of the second round of the selection are the same as before. Now, let us officially begin. As his voice faded, all the disciples in the middle of the square instantly released the Genesis Chi within their bodies. They used different methods to form various armor or weapons. While they swiftly pulled apart the distance between each other, numerous gazes cautiously scanned each other. The atmosphere in the square gradually tensed. No one took the initiative to attack, and no one calmly waited. Everyone clearly understood just how harsh and cruel this selection was. Once they attacked, they had to guarantee that they would defeat their opponent. Otherwise, they would likely be blasted out of the battle in the next second. Other than a portion of the younger generation members who had already made a name for themselves in the Burning Flame Valley, the rest of the people who had successfully advanced to the second round of the selection naturally possessed extraordinary battle power. Once a battle erupted between these people, it would naturally attract the attention of others. As for Xiao Yang, he naturally focused all of his attention on Qin Yang. Ever since he became aware of the latter's battle achievements, Xiao Yang's heart had become a little more wary of Qin Yang. Being able to stand out from 1,000 people and even make the Burning Flame Valley's elder give in to him was already sufficient to prove his strength. In the face of such an opponent, Zhu Yuan could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Although Qin Yang was also present in the square, he was different from most people. No one dared to approach within 100 feet of him. This invisible deterrent force seemed to have formed a special battleground. The latter also obediently stayed at his spot, not moving at all. It was as if he was waiting for his prey to come knocking on his door. This fellow is quite an interesting person. Xiao Yang could not help but softly chuckle upon seeing this scene. To be able to create such a deterrent force amongst those of the same generation, one must admit that Qin Yang was indeed quite capable. Clang! Just as Xiao Yang was focusing all of his attention on Qin Yang, the tense atmosphere in the square was finally broken by someone first. The sharp sword in his hand was especially tricky as it ruthlessly pierced toward the person who was also holding a weapon closest to him. Although it was a sudden attack, the minds of everyone in the square were in a tense state at this moment. The moment this person attacked, the other people in the square immediately sensed it. Even the person who was attacked also swiftly turned around. The weapon in his hand slashed behind him without any hesitation. The other people in the surroundings also completely erupted the moment these two people attacked. Chapter 1203. When the originally tense atmosphere in the plaza was completely torn apart, an intense clash unfolded. Genesis Chi shot out in all directions, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Blade light and sword shadows swept across the plaza like raindrops, the aftershocks of the collisions causing the array that enveloped the plaza to violently shake. Flames soared into the sky, giving off a majestic aura. It was not long before a dozen or so participants were knocked out of the arena. Although they did not suffer any serious injuries, they had lost the right to continue participating in the competition. However, although the entire plaza was exceptionally chaotic, there was still one place that appeared particularly calm. It was where Qin Yang was. With regards to this fellow who had consecutively defeated quite a number of experts of the same level, no one present dared to easily clash with him. Hence, at this moment, there was still a relatively spacious area around Qin Yang. This situation only lasted for 2 hours after the start of the second round. After 2 hours, the number of people in the plaza had been reduced by nearly half, while the battles between the remaining 300 participants gradually slowed down. No one dared to recklessly clash against each other. Wasting one's Genesis Chi and stamina would only give the latecomers more opportunities. The key to victory was to play it safe. However, there were always some exceptions. While everyone was cautiously looking at each other, one of these individuals stealthily arrived behind Qin Yang. Although his back was still facing the latter and he pretended to be oblivious, the corner of his eyes had already locked onto Qin Yang. Even if he wasn't completely confident, judging from the current situation, only Qin Yang's defense was the most lax. If he could take this opportunity to force Qin Yang off the stage, then he would be able to shine brightly among the younger generation of this year. Although no one said it out loud, practically every participating disciple knew that the champion of this sect grand competition had already been decided. If he was not forced off the stage, no one present would have a chance. Instead of fighting for the second and third positions, why not try to snatch first place from him? However, several people in the plaza had already noticed this seemingly obscure little action. They merely sneered in their hearts before ignoring it. Even several people in the spectator stands looked at the disciple who was stealthily approaching Qin Yang with disdain. I didn't expect such a pure person to appear in this kind of competition. Besides Xiao Yang, Luo Jin could not help but want to laugh as he observed the situation in the arena. At this moment, Qin Yang appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. However, anyone with a brain would be able to guess that the latter was definitely monitoring the situation in the arena at all times. This included Xiao Yang. He had already clearly sensed that while he was monitoring the latter, Qin Yang was also clearly monitoring him. Such blatant behavior on the field was no different from courting death. The more one underestimated one's opponent at a critical juncture, the more one would bury oneself. Unfortunately, this disciple of the Burning Flame Valley did not seem to understand this logic. Shua. Finally, when the disciple was less than 50 feet away from Qin Yang, he suddenly turned around and stomped heavily on the ground. His figure instantly appeared behind Qin Yang like an arrow leaving the bow. He aimed a punch at Qin Yang's back and smashed it down. However, what was strange was that even though this disciple's fist was only a few inches away from Qin Yang, the latter's body did not move at all. What frightening speed! Almost at the same time, Xiao Yang, who was in the viewing gallery, involuntarily spat out these words. Just as Luo Jin by the side knit his brows and nodded, that disciple was shocked to see that his fist had actually penetrated Qin Yang's body without any obstruction. In an instant, the disciple's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as incomparable shock immediately surfaced in his heart. This is an after-image. Correct. I'll reward you. While the disciple was crying out in surprise, Qin Yang's calm laughter was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Get off the stage. Immediately after, a warm hand gently pressed against the disciple's chest. With a gentle push, the disciple's body immediately uncontrollably shot backwards. By the time he stabilized his body, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the arena. This guy's control of his power is extremely precise. Although he sent his opponent flying with a single palm, it was not enough to injure him. His control of Genesis Chi is likely something that even I cannot compare to. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yang's heart abruptly tightened when he saw this scene. Qin Yang's performance was extremely powerful in both speed and control of his power. Such an opponent was really not easy to deal with. After easily finishing off one of his opponents, Qin Yang turned his head to look at the others in the arena. Several of the fellows that were originally planning to attack him stopped one after another and did their best to retreat. Even some of the stronger individuals in the arena cautiously stared at Qin Yang. Compared to the others, they had a more thorough understanding of Qin Yang's strength. It was precisely because of this that they didn't take the initiative to look for trouble with Qin Yang from the beginning until the end, because they didn't want to be eliminated before the third round began. Qin Yang did not express much in the face of the people who were withdrawing. His gaze swept over all the remaining people in the open ground. After which, he purposely looked at Xiao Yang in the viewing gallery outside of the arena. The eyes of the two people made contact and appeared to be opposing each other. The invisible empty space began to distort because of this. Soon after, Qin Yang withdrew his gaze and looked towards the 300 individuals before him again as he slowly said, "Based on my earlier observations, I have already chosen those amongst you who can stay." The expressions of all the disciples in the arena immediately changed. Could it be that Qin Yang had already made arrangements for them to stay? Wasn't this a little too overbearing? Ugh! While everyone's expressions changed, a ball of flame suddenly rose above the heads of some of the people in the arena. Now, those who have a flame above their heads can continue to stay in the arena. As for the rest, you can leave. Qin Yang said faintly, as if he was the only master in the arena. This immediately caused the faces of those disciples who did not have a flame above their heads to turn gloomy. Damn it, what right do you have to decide whether we stay or leave? Based on the fact that your strength is inferior to theirs. Qin Yang lifted his eyelids slightly and still looked as if he did not care. Based on his previous observations, among the people in front of him, whether it was in terms of combat strength, combat experience, or reaction speed, the people he had selected were undoubtedly the best. There was no need for him to continue. In this situation, even if he continued, the people he had selected would still remain on the field. He was only helping them to be the first to be selected. We will only know if we are their opponents after we fight. Based on what you have said, we are inferior to theirs. Based on the fact that I am stronger than all of you. Qin Yang's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of these disciples' rebuke. He merely spoke a sentence in an indifferent manner. In the next instant, his body instantly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of the person who had spoken earlier. A sharp palm wind blew past his face. His entire face instantly turned ghastly white. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart without any explanation. Subsequently, without waiting for Qin Yang to say anything, he left the arena with a lifeless face. Other than a small number of people, some people also gritted their teeth and left helplessly. As for the remaining small number of people, after a helpless struggle for a long time, they were indeed placed in the hands of those opponents that ordinary people did not think highly of. At the last moment, only 50 people, including Qin Yang, were left on the arena. Chapter 1204. Due to Qin Yang, the second round of the selection process only lasted for less than 4 hours. Although there was still a lot of time left, the third round of the finals had already been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In other words, there would be at least 1.5 days for them to roam around the Burning Flame Valley. Although the elders of the Burning Flame Valley felt somewhat helpless with regards to this, there was no other way to delay things since things had already developed to this point. No one had expected that Qin Yang would actually be so overbearing. He had actually changed the entire process of the grand competition by himself. However, this also indirectly proved Qin Yang's ability. After all, such frightening observation ability was not something that everyone possessed. Soon after, Xiao Yang's group also returned to the pavilion that the Burning Flame Valley had already prepared for them. Quite a number of people outside involuntarily cast envious gazes at them when they saw them enter the pavilion. The pavilion that Xiao Yang's group stayed in was different from the majority. Logically speaking, the pavilion that they stayed in was usually only occupied by a group that possessed an expert at the advanced level of King Yuan. A group that was weaker than King Yuan could only stay in an ordinary courtyard with a poorer environment. Helplessly, this was how the world was. The disparity in strength led to the different treatment that they faced. There would never be so-called fairness in this world. The various grades and ranks were the most complete explanation for this world. As for Xiao Yang's group, they had also been invited here due to the previous matter. However, Xiao Yang believed that Qin Yang should have deliberately arranged for this to happen. This Qin Yang is really not an ordinary person. He is actually able to clearly see the most elite amongst the disciples while monitoring us. He actually managed to forcefully end the second round of the selection by himself. Most importantly, the elders of the Burning Flame Valley had actually tacitly approved of his methods. From the looks of it, they have very high expectations of Qin Yang. After entering the door and waiting for everyone to take their seats, the little fairy doctor went to serve everyone tea. On the other hand, Luo Jin and Bai Hua had already started to discuss what had happened earlier. Their words were full of praise for Qin Yang, causing Ju Tai and the rest to nod their heads repeatedly. Just now, when that fellow released that flame, even I felt a trace of threat from it. Could it be that he also possesses a heavenly flame? The giant ape frowned. When Qin Yang had released the flame in his body earlier, he had felt an extremely clear pressure. Although he could not be sure if it was a heavenly flame, it still made him feel extremely fearful. No, it's not a heavenly flame, nor is it any kind of beast flame. Based on my observations, it should be the Grand Tao that he grasped, the Grand Tao of fire. Xiao Yang by the side gently shook his head when he heard this. He received the tea that the little fairy doctor handed over with one hand and slowly spoke. Great Tao of fire. After Xiao Yang said this, the expressions of the few people present changed instantly. The Great Tao of fire was known to have the strongest offensive power among all the Great Tao powers. Once one mastered the Great Tao of fire, one's overall combat strength would be greatly increased. Moreover, among opponents of the same attribute, if the opponent did not have a sufficiently powerful Great Tao power, then the Great Tao of fire would have a great suppressive effect on the latter's flames. No wonder it is difficult for this fellow to find an opponent among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. So there was actually such a reason. However, no matter what, there is no need to doubt his insight and combat strength. The Great Tao power is only one aspect of his strength. If he did not have a sufficiently strong strength, the upper echelons of the Burning Flame Valley would not value him so much. After speaking until this point, the others also nodded in agreement. Each of them incomparably praised Qin Yang in their hearts. Only the fairy doctor's face was still filled with confidence when she looked at Xiao Yang. She believed that Xiao Yang, who possessed the heavenly flame, would definitely not be afraid of Qin Yang's Great Tao power. Although the Great Tao power was powerful, it was still quite inferior in front of the heavenly flame. Moreover, the person that Qin Yang was facing was Xiao Yang. However, at this moment, a large group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples arrived from outside the pavilion. Countless gazes gathered at the pavilion that Xiao Yang and the others were in. Xiao Yang, Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Zhong Yanhao, has come to challenge you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Sheng Hue, challenges you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple. Before the people arrived, continuous shouts were already transmitted over. Quite a number of spectators in the surroundings were also alarmed by the commotion of this group of people. Immediately, quite a number of people leaped onto the roof. Numerous gazes swiftly gathered over. I did not expect that there would be a good show to watch right after the end of the second round of selection. Moreover, from the looks of it, these Burning Flame Valley's disciples have all come for Xiao Yang. They must be using this opportunity to find trouble with him. If he cannot even deal with these ordinary disciples, this Xiao Yang naturally does not have the qualifications to be Qin Yang's opponent. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone immediately began to discuss. Their gazes would occasionally look at the pavilion that Xiao Yang and the others were in. Their eyes contained contempt. The other party has already killed his way to their door. They actually do not even dare to open the door. Don't tell me that they are afraid. He is only seeking his own humiliation. Who asked him to be so arrogant in front of so many people? In the end, he is still the one who is being blamed. Creak. Just as the discussion became increasingly louder, the door of the pavilion that was tightly shut in front of the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples was slowly opened. Immediately, everyone outside the door was completely silent. After which, Xiao Yang led Luo Jin and the others out of the door with light footsteps. Seeing that so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples had come to create trouble, Xiao Yang's gaze swept all around him. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was indeed as he had expected. The Burning Flame Valley did not dispatch any deacons or elders to manage this. From the looks of it, those fellows were willing to tacitly approve of the troublemaking actions of these disciples. Otherwise, they would not dare to come to his door with such great fanfare. Under the perception of Xiao Yang's spiritual strength, there were clearly a couple of quite strong auras monitoring this place at a certain spot outside of the pavilion that they were staying in. From the looks of it, those fellows also had the mentality of watching a show. Are you trying to probe my strength? Xiao Yang smiled slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Luo Jin and the others by the side. Only then did he look at the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him. Since everyone thinks so highly of me and there are so many spectators, it would be somewhat unreasonable if I do not accept your challenge. Since that is the case, before his voice sounded, the tip of Xiao Yang's feet gently pressed on the ground. His body immediately flew forward and landed on the ground in front of the door. This shocked the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him until they retreated one after another. The former curled his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He clenched his hand and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in his hand. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and Xiao Yang's body suddenly turned. He actually drew an enormous circle with a radius of less than 10 feet on the ground. It is too much of a waste of time to defeat all of you one by one. This circle shall do. As long as I leave this circle, it will be considered my loss. Chapter 1205. Hua. Xiao Yang's words immediately shocked everyone when they were uttered. These words of his were really looking down on the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the people standing in front of him at this moment were not disciples with extremely strong cultivations, they were basically all experts at the origin transformation stage and above. With just him alone, regardless of how great his fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to stand in this circle and fight with this group of a few hundred people from the beginning to the end. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant to say such words in public? I'd like to see how he'll deal with this once he loses. Haha, he's just a brat. It's good for him to suffer a little and gain some experience. Luckily, this is the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. No matter what happens, no one will die. This can be considered a lesson for him when he travels the continent in the future. The fellows who were watching the show naturally had mocking smiles on their faces when they heard Xiao Yang's words. As they laughed and chatted with one another, they did not take Xiao Yang's words to heart at all. On the other hand, a few old men and Qin Yang who were in a pavilion far away could not help but reveal surprised smiles at this moment. Heh, this Xiao Yang is a little arrogant. Qin Yang, he is not inferior to you at all. This disciple understands. Although Xiao Yang is arrogant, he has the qualifications to be arrogant. Among all the disciples and challengers in this grand assembly, he will be my greatest opponent. Qin Yang respectfully nodded his head when he heard the words of the old man in front of him. At the same time, he informed the old man of his judgment after observing for the past few days. Yes, he will be an extremely challenging opponent for you in the future. However, this is also good. It will definitely be beneficial to your future. The old man gently nodded his head. He raised his gaze and looked at Xiao Yang through the gaps between countless pavilions. Heavenly Flame. Valley Master, this child might become the greatest assistance to our Burning Flame Valley. At the same time, the faces of countless disciples of the Burning Flame Valley in front of Xiao Yang immediately darkened when they heard Xiao Yang's words. He actually dared to face them with such an arrogant attitude. The Xiao Yang in front of them was the first one in so many years. Brat, you actually dare to speak such arrogant words. See if I don't beat you down today. At the same time that the furious roar sounded, a human figure immediately shot out from the front of the crowd. A powerful flame immediately adhered to the surface of his body. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. A firm and fierce strength swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the human figure had already arrived in front of Xiao Yang. He waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiao Yang's head. His manner of wanting to knock down the person in front of him with one punch appeared extremely firm and fierce. His Genesis Chi is not dense enough. His aura is shallow and his circulation is slow. His speed is also too slow. This won't do. However, in the face of such a sharp attack from this disciple, Xiao Yang merely shook his head in a neither hurried nor slow manner. He gave a faint evaluation. Only then did he slowly raise his hand. The white palm imprint appeared to have casually landed on the chest of the human figure in front of him. After which, his palm shook gently and an extremely thick strength immediately erupted. The human figure, which was charging forward, immediately paused in midair. Immediately following this, a bang sounded and his body flew out uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the crowd. However, the latter appeared to be in a much more miserable state at this moment. Damn it, again. That human figure stood up and roared unwillingly. His body was about to step forward when Xiao Yang slowly raised a finger, waved it gently, and said, "Don't be so arrogant. No, you've already left the circle. Next." Upon hearing these words, the disciple returned to his senses and looked at his feet. He was currently several feet away from the circle Xiao Yang had drawn. According to the rules that Xiao Yang had mentioned earlier, He had already lost the qualifications to continue challenging. Damn it. I don't care what lousy rules you have. Fall. Flustered and exasperated, the disciple no longer cared about anything else. His figure charged forward again, intending to continue. BZZ. Soon after, however, before he could approach Xiao Yang's body, the latter's body suddenly shook. An extremely powerful overbearing aura swept out from Xiao Yang's body, transforming into an invisible strength that forcefully shook that disciple's charging body until it came to a halt. You've already lost. Next. Xiao Yang's stern gaze casually glanced at the disciple before him. Soon after, he shouted towards the remaining disciples behind him. The crowd immediately stirred. It was a long while later before someone stood up again. His body jerked as Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from his body. After making all the necessary preparations, he moved again, arriving in front of Xiao Yang in the blink of an eye. Flames flashed in his hands as scarlet-red fire Genesis Chi immediately solidified into a pair of gauntlets that wrapped around his hands. Fists flashed as they viciously smashed towards Xiao Yang like a meteor shower. The hot wind from the fists pounced toward Xiao Yang's face. The firm and fierce strength did not let go of any joint or corner of Xiao Yang's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to dodge such a sharp and concentrated attack. Unfortunately, the person they were facing now was Xiao Yang. Not bad, your power is sufficient, but your speed is too slow. Faced with the attack of this disciple in front of him, Xiao Yang's feet touched the ground. His body twisted in all directions, and he actually relied on an extremely strange technique to dodge all of the fist imprints that came flying toward him. Finally, under the shocked gaze of this disciple, Xiao Yang's palm once again imprinted itself on his chest. With a gentle push, the human figure immediately took a couple of steps back. Although he was not injured, he was already standing outside of the circle. I've lost. Although he was somewhat unwilling, the disciple still gritted his teeth and cupped his fists together towards Xiao Yang, before quietly withdrawing. Compared to the previous person, although he was unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, he also knew that excessive struggle would be useless. In fact, it would even bring shame to the burning flame valley. Hence, he chose to quietly withdraw. Next. I am Meng Hong. I've come to challenge you. As soon as Xiao Yang finished speaking, another figure charged over. His speed caused the surrounding spectators to cry out. Even the speed at which he attacked was much faster than the previous two. Most importantly, this person's cultivation had reached the early returnance realm, making him an opponent on the same level as Xiao Yang. Flame Star Hammer, Astral Waterfall. Back off. This time around, it was different from before. This fellow called Meng Ming had used his best Do skill the moment he attacked. From the looks of it, he had also seen just how strong Xiao Yang's individual combat ability was. It was difficult for him to rely on a simple attack to defeat Xiao Yang. Hence, he decided to use his Do skill, intending to determine the victor with one strike. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yang still maintained an indifferent manner. His face was calm as he stood in the same spot. Both of his hands were placed behind him. His aura was completely withdrawn into his body. A thought passed through his heart and a faint golden glow gradually covered his entire body. From the looks of it, he was actually planning to forcefully receive this attack.